Hey, Tony, just give me one second.
No, it's being deferred.
Okay, Ms. Matias, we are live, we are streaming. You may proceed. Yes, you may proceed.
We can't hear you.
Jesus. Sorry. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Review Session for July 30th, 2024. Please be reminded there is no public testimony during the review session. The first item, we are going to recall decision items from yesterday's calendar. Item number 4, 319-53BZ, 1135 East 222nd Street, the Bronx.
Okay, so we received the plans and photos, recent photos of the site conditions as directed by the board has been provided. Commissioners, everybody, I
Speak
advise that
louder.
we speak louder because of the noise from the construction that's happening outside. I hope everybody can hear what we are saying over the construction noise. Can I get an affirmation from Jella or Tracy or anyone?
Yes,
can
Madam
hear
Chair, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
All right, got it. I just want to make. Yeah, so based on the recent photos, it shows that the security cameras have been installed and the site is in good condition. Landscaping is still in place. The plans though do not show the striped parking spaces. The photos that were provided do show that the site has been striped for outdoor parking spaces. So I would say after 9 scheduled hearings since December 2022, I think we are now in a position to make a motion to approve this application for a term of 5 years. The term had expired in 2021, so I would recommend that we start the term from the date of the grant. Is that acceptable to the board members? Okay. So I would then make a motion to approve an extension of a 5-year term from the date of the grant with the following conditions. The open portion of the lot shall provide parking for vehicles awaiting services and pickups only. No more than 10 vehicles shall be parked on the site. No vehicles shall be parked on the sidewalks. Vehicles blocking the sidewalks shall be towed immediately at vehicle owner's expense. Site shall be maintained free and clear of debris and graffiti at all times. Landscaping along 222nd Street shall be maintained and replaced as needed. Signage shall comply with the C1 zoning district. Is that acceptable? Anybody wants to add anything? Okay, then with that motion to approve,
Chair Shonda,
aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. And this is one of those sites that we shall be monitoring closely.
Application has been granted. Note for the record that Commissioner Sheta is remote. Okay, participating remotely, sorry. Item number 7, 278-86BZ, Volume 4.
Okay,
1677 Bruckner Boulevard, the
right.
Bronx.
In its latest submission, the applicant is requesting, actually, it should be a deferral, in order to file under the new special permit, section 73-311. And pursuant to that would be requesting a 10-year extension of time, provided they meet the findings. Thanks.
Item number 8, 24708BZ, Volume 4, 3454 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
It would be a new 10-year term. Yeah, exactly. Vice Chair just wanted to clarify that it would be a new 10-year term. Same applies for this case. The applicant is requesting a deferral in order to file under the new special permit, section 73-311.
Okay. That concludes the layovers. Now we are going to the new calendar. Second. Yep. Zoning calendar. Continued hearing items. Item number 21, 2023-57 BZ, 394 East Third Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, at the last hearing that was held on June 11th, the applicant was asked to provide a study to justify the proposed width of the residential buildings. Applicant states that of the 13 homes on the block with lot width of 25 or less, have homes with a width of 18 foot 3 inches or more. This is shown in drawing A303. And the proposed depth width will be 18 foot 9 inches, which on a subject lot, which is 23 foot wide. I want to hear what other commissioners have to say. Vice Chair Shibata,
I have no further questions for this application.
okay? Commissioner Otley Brown,
I just need one clarification. They said it's based on 13 lots that are 25 foot wide or less. But when I look at that block in the radius diagram, it seems like there are more narrow lots than just those 13. So the question is, am I correct in noting that there were more narrow lots? And if I am, then why did you choose these 13 lots?
in the study area.
Yes.
I think they just picked the block frontage. They didn't go beyond the block front.
Okay, because
I
it
think-
said block. So I
Or
assumed
ma-
all the way around, but you probably are right that they meant block frontage. But if they could just clarify.
Clarify
That
that?
would be great. It doesn't have to be another submission. They could just answer that in hearing for me.
Okay. Okay. All right, Commissioner Shetta,
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with this application and I have no further comments.
thank you. Commissioner Yoon,
Thank you. I have nothing further.
okay,
Item number 22, 2023-05 BZ, 321 Avenue T, Brooklyn.
okay. So, the initial application was filed under under pre-Z or special permit 73-19. Zoning resolution 73-19 was renumbered to to 73-133 as part of the adopted ZEO. I would say the text has not changed. The finding remains the same. Applicant has provided a letter regarding the application of ZEO text, use groups, districts, special permits, and the applicable sections of the zoning resolution that would need to be amended. It was a very thorough and a very clear submission, so I want to thank the applicant for providing that information. And the applicant states in its statement that apart from the renumbering of the special permit, the findings remains the same, and the applicant does meet the finding. We also received a DOT sign off. DOT letter recommends that the applicant commits that ECC vehicles arrivals and dismissals will be staggered during the morning 8:40 a.m. to 9:15 a.m. and afternoon peak hours 3:25 p.m. and 3:40 p.m. to prevent the obstruction of traffic on McDonald Avenue. And the yes, Ms. Benke.
Hi, we actually received a revised sign off this morning, slightly editing and adding a few sentences. If you want me to read that one.
Go ahead.
Okay. The applicant has agreed to staggered arrivals and dismissals during the morning, 8:40 a.m. to 9:15 a.m. and afternoon, 3:25 to 3:40 p.m. peak hours to prevent the obstruction of traffic on McDonald Avenue. New York City DOT will continue to participate the review process related to reconstruction of I think this is a typo because it's okay. I'll just read it how it's read, but they might have to edit this. participate in the review process related to reconstruction of pedestrian ramps. The applicant will submit the builder's pavement plan and all required drawings as per New York City DOT specifications and requirements for New York City DOT review and approval. New York City DOT will it's repeated, but the last sentence is, the applicant will be responsible for all costs associated with the design and reconstruction of pedestrian ramps.
Thank you.
We'll make sure the edits are correct.
Okay, thank you. So we are still awaiting for a sign off on air quality and noise for SECRA purposes.
Correct.
Note, right? Okay, thank you. Please note that the SECRA application for both the McDonald and Avenue T is the same, so we need the SECRA sign off for both of them. So based on the DOT recommendations, the findings related to the school special permit under the pre-ZEO 7319 and ZEO 73133, I believe has been met. So I would recommend during the public hearing, if there aren't any issues raised that need further clarification, that we close it. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I too support closing this application if nothing comes up during the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add on this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay. Let's go to the next case.
Item number 23, 2023-63 BZ, 4152 Ocean Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. At the initial hearing held on March 12th, board, while did consider the proposed increase of FAR to 0.75 FAR to be reasonable, the question was regarding the retention of the existing exterior wall that the building is currently has, and especially the cellar, that it be designed to comply with the flood regulations. Applicant has submitted its response. Regarding the retention of the exterior wall, the percentage of the exterior wall, both on the first and the second floors, have increased from the initial submission from 27% to 40% on the first floor and 37% on the second floor. It is an improvement, but I do want to make some additional comments on this. The applicant also provided a justification for retention of less than 50% of exterior wall and provided some prior board cases where in certain situations, board did accept less than 50% retention. The submission hasn't, first of all, I just want to go through it. So while I was trying to understand the merits of it, I was looking for the existing site plan and the existing plan. I did not find that existing site plan. Where typically for existing site plan, we fully understand how the building is situated on the site, how much of existing floor, existing front yard, side yards and rear yards is there. I was only able to get that information from statement of facts, and there is no document to verify it because the survey was also incomplete to that effect. So relying on the information provided in the statement of fact, the existing building has a front yard depth of 22 foot 10 inches. It has two side yards, 22 foot wide and a 13 foot 10 inch wide side yard. And the rear yard width is depth is 22 foot 11 inch. The lot is it's 70 foot deep wide and 100 foot deep. So understanding the existing placement of the building based on this information available in the statement of facts, I would agree with regards to side yard that the existing building is located in a manner that would allow for expansion along the side and front. The proposed enlargement is primarily enlarging along the southern side of the lot and retaining most of the exterior wall as exterior walls along the northern side. The proposed building is also proposing to reduce the encroachment on the rear yard and is proposing to increase the depth of the rear yard from the existing 22-foot 11 to 23 feet on the first floor and 30 feet on the second, floor, which is very, very acceptable. Board appreciates that. With regards to the front yard, this is where it gets interesting. The building is also being enlarged in the front. The front yard depth would reduce from 22-foot 10 inches to, as shown in the drawing, to 15-foot up to the one-story enclosed entryway. It's like a foyer, enclosed foyer, which is just a box that is 6 foot deep, 16-foot wide. The remainder of the building, the vast portion of the building, which really has the main presence on the site, that main structure would be set back additional 6 feet from this 15-foot. So if one looks at it, there is a total of 21 foot of front yard. Now, looking at where the existing building sits, as I said, the existing building has a front yard depth of 22-foot 10 inches. And the proposal is to maintain a build a structure that is 21 feet. So it's really a minute difference of 1.83 foot. So my recommendation will be to retain the existing front wall on the first and the second floor. And it's, as I said, it's a difference of 1.83 feet. And this would add up to a total reduction of 100 square foot on counting both first floor and second floor. It will in no way change the layout of the building, and it will also increase the retention of the wall. I believe closer to 50, if not 50%, because I would give credit for the fact that they are moving the wall from the rear to allow for a deeper rear yard. Now, when I compare the case studies that's been provided, in the case of 960 East 23rd Street, though similarly situated, it was able to retain over 50% of the exterior wall. In the case of 1632 28th Street, the original building was located in the middle of the lot, and the possibility of enlargement was only to the rear and front. And in that case, a percentage of exterior wall retention was less and can be justified. In the case of 1605 Oriental Boulevard, the enlargement to the first floor was only at the rear. Thus, the retention of more than 50% was available was provided on the first floor, except only on the second floor. Second floor was fully built out to match the first floor floor plate was less, and that was to allow for a reasonable floor plate and a layout. So retaining of the existing front wall in the subject case will in no way affect the layout or the architectural concept or the proportion of the building. So I would ask that the applicant go back and just retain the existing wall and extend that to along the side lot line and revise the proposed plan. And I think we should be good. And also provide an existing site plan. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibeta.
I only have just one question. Are you proposing the removal of the foyer, or?
No, I'm not. The foyer can be there, or it can be moved back by 1.83 foot if you're maintaining the existing wall, which is at 1.83 foot, a distance away from the proposed wall, and you extend that wall, then your foyer can be either 7 point, whatever the remainder decimal is, or it can be still 6 foot from that existing wall. It really does not conceptually change the layout or orientation or anything.
I have no further questions. I agree with your comments then. I'm sorry, I have no further questions. I agree with your comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I believe what you're proposing probably is more cost effective when it comes to construction cost. And I agree with you. The other thing I say, I want to thank them for adding the note regarding Appendix G. The only thing that I struggled finding this note when I looked at the drawing. So if they can, like I said, when there is an important note like that, if they can make it in bold font and probably larger one, box it using a thicker box line, that would be helpful in locating that note. I was looking at it, and like I said, I struggled finding it. So we need the plan examiner to like his eye catch this the moment he looks at the drawing. So we make sure that nothing falls between the cracks. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that. I meant to mention it. It should be on all the plans,
Yeah.
and
It's not on all the plans. It's just on some of the plans, and it's kind of I don't want to say hidden, but it's kind of difficult to find.
I would add that it should be on all the plan sections and elevation.
Agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have a few comments. The zoning analysis forms, when you compare from the February submission to the July submission, we have a slight increase in floor area ratio and floor area. We have a slight reduction in open space and is now non-compliant by 2%, but is now would need a waiver for open space, or at least it would be considered one of the things that would be a non-compliance. The rear yard is also now non-compliant compared to the February submission, which had proposed a 30-foot rear yard. And the other change is that there's an additional parking space. So all of those things, I think, should have been spelled out in the cover letter, and we're going to need an updated statement of facts. And I believe in.
Can you clarify? So that means the proposed building is in more non-compliant. Now it would be not in compliance with lot coverage and open space. The previous plan was.
Yes, according to the zoning analysis form from February and from July, we have new non-compliances, which include open space ratio and rear yard. The floor area was already non-compliant. It increased slightly,
Yeah.
but I'm just noting that. And I think the FAR also increased slightly. But we do have two new non-compliances according to the new zoning analysis form.
Sorry, I'm just going to check at the DOT objection to see what was granted, because DOT says,
DOB.
DOB, sorry. It says it's contrary to section 23-142 and requires an approval of FAR. So it's only about FAR, not about lot coverage or open space.
So you
So
need waivers.
you need additional
Well, it's
waivers.
open space and rear yard.
Open space and rear yard.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think it would have been helpful if that was more clearly explained in the cover letter to document all of the changes that were happening. I also, with the existing walls, I think the chair is right. There are ways to preserve more existing walls, at least to get closer. But I do have a question, because the proposal to retain walls on the, let's say page north, but I don't think it's true north. So this is an existing wall to remain here on the first and second floor, and they're just really railings for open exterior spaces. So here you have the 42-inch low wall. I'll go back to. So the demo plan, you can see what's being preserved on the ground floor, which is in the rear of the house and on the side, on the right. So when you go to the ground floor, those walls are documented here, existing wall to remain, but it's a 42-inch low wall, and this is an outdoor space. So on the second floor, you also have this 42-inch low wall, which is actually just a railing for a balcony. So I just want to bring this up as something for us to discuss, because typically I think we see them also retained as exterior walls. But we'd be looking at, let's see, where's this the rear? Yes. So we're looking at a low wall on the ground floor and then a
That's not
railing
a-
on the balcony.
Yeah, that's not an retention of the wall. That's an elimination of the wall. I think then if that's what is being proposed, that cannot be counted towards the retention, then it behooves I think then the applicant has to move the building setback by that 1.83 foot that I was recommending in the front to make its argument. I know it will not still be close to 50%, but that,
Would you consider that enlarging though? Or
Yeah, it would cause an enlargement of the proposal if we, or at least a portion of it would enlarge because this open space would now become enclosed.
Right.
So just as far as defining how we calculate this 50% or what we
Right,
want
I
to
mean-
accept.
Right, and this may change the open space calculation because of that. I think, I don't know how they're calculating the open space. In this case, are they counting that space between that existing 4-foot high wall and the actual structural wall as a non-open space? And that is not helping their argument. It counts as a lot coverage, which typically, if it was kept open, it wouldn't be counted as a lot coverage because a balcony is a permitted obstruction. And a stair leading to the cellar would be a permitted obstruction. So these would count towards open space. So I think the applicant is doing itself a disservice by counting it this way and requiring an additional objection from DOB when it's not needed. So present the drawing as it will be in reality and revise it. And I will be okay with I mean, your argument to say that you are eliminating the rear wall to allow for a deeper rear yard, it's commendable. And for that, if you want to have a less than 50% frontage, 50% lot coverage is okay, provided you maintain the front wall. It's the side and the front wall, which is a setback of 1.83 feet from what you have. And so really does not change the building layout orientation. Your math is simple. Your objections do not need to be updated. And the drawings and what in reality is going to happen will speak the truth and be consistent.
I do think they did a lot of comparing between the two. And I think the February submission did propose to preserve a portion of the front wall and the side wall instead of the back. So here, I'm gonna just show it because it's easier to show the graphics. Okay, so this is from February here. And you can see the proposal is to retain a portion of the front wall and then a portion of this side wall. And I need to move my meeting controls. Okay. And then for July, the current submission, sorry, let me zoom out. So they flip it. Instead of preserving this front wall, they're keeping this side wall and then they move it to the rear.
Yeah,
So I
but
think
the
what-
rear wall is really not being preserved, so
It's
let's
not.
not call it what it is.
So I just want to say, because if we're telling them to go back to some version, it might be resembling a bit more of what was in the original submission.
Right, and I will accept that on the ground that this is really a lateral, it's a extension, it's not then an extension in the front or in the rear. It's a sideway extension, and you're the only improvement that we're getting is you're getting a deeper rear yard, which is maybe a reason for us to reduce the 50% retention.
Okay. And while I have the screen share up also, I think we need to eliminate all specific uses in the carrot.
Right.
In the cellar, we need to remove any reference to any uses. It needs to match the plans.
Right. It just needs to say it shall comply with the flood resiliency regulation,
Yeah.
not specifying.
It's just the home gym was on the prior plan, but
Yeah.
it's not on the current plan, and we just want everything to be
Yeah.
consistent. Also, this is just, I think, something that needs to be corrected in the cover letter and in a subsequent statement of facts. There is a statement that the proposed language for the housing opportunity text that's currently under review by city planning will allow 1.0 FAR homes in Brooklyn Community Board 15 as of right, and that the 73-622 special permit may be eliminated. While the 73-622 special permit may be eliminated, it's currently proposed in that text, the 1.0 FAR will not be as of right for Community Board 15. It doesn't work like that. It's based on the actual zone that you're in, which is an R31. And in the proposed text, it would be 0.75. So I just think it's misleading to say, if we were to accept it, it would be as of right at 1.0, because it's not. It would be 0.75. So please
And-
correct that if you're going to include it in
Right.
any future submission.
And more importantly, it is not it is not a text that has been approved
Right, it hasn't
or
been accepted.
adopted.
Right.
So it's a speculation at best.
It is, but if you're going to include it, at least.
Yeah.
Give us the correct information.
Okay, thank you. This is very helpful. Okay,
Let me know you move on.
yes, next
Move on?
please. Yes, please.
New cases, item number 24, 2024-03 BZ, 117 Spencer Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Applicant is scheduled to make a presentation on September 11th to the community board. This is an application for a use variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to develop a 6-story, 3 dwelling unit residential building on the subject site. So the waiver is for a use. The site is zoned for manufacturing. This is a 25-foot wide lot, the 100-foot deep. Site photo shows that the site is being used for parking, and the narrative needs to be clear and consistent based on what one is seeing on the submissions. And based on the tax map, there is an easement on the site. So the site survey does not include it. So I would like the applicant to clarify about regarding the easement. I would say with regards to the proposed plan, I had little difficulty with the site plan. It is difficult to read. The plan should be clearly showing the boundaries of the subject lot. With regards to the floor plans, why are the elevator doors on 2nd floor, 4th floor, and 6th floor opening into a bedroom, closet, as opposed to the stairwell? Also, is a fire exit through a room permitted? And this is through the laundry room. The applicant has also provided an as-of-right scenario of a 1-story commercial building, a full lot coverage building. So going through the findings of 7221, uniqueness, the statement of facts, there was again a little bit of a mismatch between the statement of fact and the uniqueness study that was provided. The statement of facts refers to a 600-foot wide study area. The uniqueness study prepared by the consultant refers to a 1,000-foot radius. So the number of sites accounted in the statement of fact and the study area do not match. And so the documents need to be consistent. I'm just going to follow the, because it's a visual document, it was easy for me to read it. I used the uniqueness study. And based on the uniqueness study, the way the analysis has been done, starting from a total of 121 lots that are less than 25 feet, 25 foot wide, it was narrowed down to 4 sites that had similar hardship as the subject site. Now, the applicant also states that there is the subject lot is a combined, is under common ownership with its abutting lot, lot 31. And that lot 31 is improved with an existing home. And combining the 2 lots for a manufacturing use would not improve the hardship. I am fine with that statement, and I'm satisfied with that. However, the document needs to be consolidated so that we are looking at one set of analysis data, whether it's whichever one changes, but they need to be consistent. The applicant has provided the financials. So far, the general base numbers, they seem reasonable to me. I would look forward to Commissioner Otley Brown's review on this one. Regarding the neighborhood character, the statement of facts needs to clarify that while the neighborhood character is mixed, most of the homes in the block front, especially block 1743, is in an MX district where residential use is also permitted. Similarly, the zoning district along Myrtle Avenue frontage of the subject block was recently rezoned from manufacturing to R72 with a C22 overlay. And thus it would permit the mix of residential use that is existing along Myrtle Avenue frontage. And so a lot of the residential homes along this Myrtle Avenue frontage were pre-existing this rezoning and now the zoning district matches the use, at least in terms of it, if not the other bulk regulations. So I think I'm saying all of this is to help the applicant with its narratives and its justification for why a residential use should be considered on the subject lot. The radius map is incorrect, so I would like the applicant needs to correct that. According to the documents submitted, 4 BSA variances for use was granted in the study area. And of these, 2 sites have similar lot area and frontage as the subject site. Applicant needs to elaborate a little bit more on this and state of these 4, what were the variances that were granted? Was it use? Was it bulk? And what were the site lot conditions, lot size conditions, and what were the bulk modifications that were granted and the density that was granted? Just stating it is not enough. We need to kind of match that. With regards to the self-created, as I had earlier stated, the applicant has provided a common ownership title. And according to that, lot 31 and the subject lot is in common ownership. And as I stated earlier, that because of the existing residential building, which has been in existence since 1930 and is fully used, board has seen similar situations and has accepted the unreasonableness of combining the lots to allow for an as-of-right use in a manufacturing section. So I'm satisfied with the self-created hardship finding also. With regards to the minimal, applicant needs to provide a reason why only a 6-story, 3 dwelling unit duplex is being proposed. The neighborhood character study provides a map where it compares the proposed FAR, floor area, and building heights and building condition. The proposed FAR and floor area building height is within the built context. R6A permits a maximum base height of 60 foot, the building and a building height of 70 foot, which is less than that is okay. And in R7A, which is mapped along Myrtle, it would allow 65 foot and 80 foot, sorry. Though I do have a question regarding the cellar, instead of a full lot line cellar, why wouldn't the applicant consider providing tandem parking on the site? This seems like a development with large families, so there is going to be on-site parking. And since this is an active mix of residential and manufacturing uses, I think providing on-site parking would be beneficial. Those are my comments. Any update on this on the SECRA front, Ms. Penke?
Sorry, I'm turning on my camera. No, the EAS is still under review for air quality and noise. E-designation has been requested by DEP for HAZMAT.
Okay.
There's no other open reviews.
E-designation, okay. Thank you. Commissioner, Vice Chair Shivette, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I think that was a very thorough review, and I don't want to be repetitive. I was convinced by the uniqueness argument, but I did note that the study and the statement of facts do need to be revised to be made consistent. I too will reserve my comments on the finances to hear from the other commissioners as to how Commissioner Darrell Utley Brown and Commissioner Shedd feel about that. I do not believe that this will negatively affect the character of the community, but before I make my full statement on that, I would like to hear from the community board, and I understand that they won't be, their next hearing is on September 11th. With regard to the self-created hardship, the applicant was very forward, saying that the adjoining lot was owned in common, but I do not believe that joining these lots would cure any of their hardship, and therefore I don't believe that this is self-created. With regard to the minimal, while again, I would like to hear from the other commissioners on the financials, I do believe that this ask may be larger than they would need it to be whole, but Again, I think we're still just at the first hearing, so I would want to hear some responses from the applicant. Nothing further at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So while I am convinced of the uniqueness finding here, I do feel that the statement of facts needs to go into detail in this area as to how this subject lot is still distinguished from the other 4 lots that are at the end of the uniqueness study. And that distinction, of course, is the co-ownership with the lot in the rear. So they just end at, this is one of 5, and that's basically good enough. But still, this is the one that is technically in the most advantageous position of those remaining 4. And so because of that, it's really important that the applicant then go on to the last final paragraph, which would be that the co-ownership of the lot in the rear doesn't really convey any benefit to it in terms of its claims of hardship here, which both of you, the chair and vice chair, have stated, but still the paperwork needs to be complete and the i's need to be dotted and the t's need to be crossed as regards the A finding.
I just want to jump in. I actually got that document from the uniqueness study that
Right.
was provided, but it was not carried over in the
Exactly.
statement.
It's not carried over into the statement,
Yeah.
nor is it carried over into the financial analysis. So
Ah,
that's why I'm
okay.
saying they need to dot their i's and cross their t's there. As for the as of right that they discuss in their statement, they need to reconcile that as of right with the as of right that's in the plans of the as of right, as well as the financials, because the as of right, the statement says that it is a 0.94, 1-story and cellar warehouse and storage. The plans are for a 2,127 square foot building, which is smaller than a 0.94 FAR. And the financials are measuring a 1,603 square foot building with a 30-foot rear yard, which isn't necessary in the
Mhm.
M1. And so therefore, there are 3 different sets of information have to be reconciled into one. I do not believe that anything that, I'm going to skip over return because I'm going to get into that in detail. But as for the character finding, I don't think that what they're proposing here would destroy the character of the neighborhood because there are buildings both to be built on the corner and also built further down the block and across the street that are 6 stories. So it's not going to be such a harsh disruption to the streetscape. As for the self-created finding, I think that they need to just, as I said before, go into detail here about the co-ownership of the lot to the rear and that it doesn't impact the narrowness argument, but it would impact the accessibility argument if that lot in the rear was vacant. However, that lot in the rear is developed with a non-conforming residential use. So I just think they need to fill out that finding. And then I'll also deal with the minimal variance in more detail when I talk about the findings, but I just want to mention that they do mention other variances that are granted within this general study area, but they neglect to give us the full information about the variance that is closest to this lot, which is 89-15BZ 92 Walworth Street, which I asked the program manager, the project manager, to give me more information for. And it turns out that was developed with a 4-story and cellar residential building with only 4 units, built only to an FAR of 2.24 for a total of 5,602 zoning square feet, with a street wall of 43 feet 6 inches and a total height of 52 feet 6 inches. So the question is, why does this lot here, which is very similar to the lot of the BSA grant, deserve so much more to make it whole in comparison to that other variance lot? And I think
What-
they should discuss that.
What was the proposed floor area, not the FAR? Do you know what the,
For this subject? Or but for the other one, it was a FAR of 2.24 and 5,602 zonings. And I'm not saying they can't make that finding, they just have to discuss it, and they haven't.
okay.
So now I'll.
Commissioner, can I just stop you for 1 second? The person with their hand up, this is a review session. So we are not taking testimony at this moment. When there is a public hearing, we will allow the opportunity for testimony to be given. So please lower your hand. Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner. Please go on.
So as for the B finding and the E finding, specifically the financials in detail, I just have a few questions and comments that might impact both findings. So I can't say, in my opinion, that either of them have been met yet. So as I stated before, the as of right in the financial report talked about a 30-foot rear yard. That's not necessary. So they need to revise their as of right scheme so that it reflects what's truly allowed in this zoning district. Number two on this is the site value. They give us 3 sales between 2020 and 2023, but when you look at the photos and the information for the site value and how it's derived, there's actually a 4th sale, 219 Park Avenue, but we were given no information for it. However, we do have a photo. So I'm wondering if that was originally included in the analysis and then taken out at the last minute, but not fully deleted. And if so, what was it? And can I have details as to the sales price and the square footage for that? As for the commercial industrial leases, they're adjusted compared to the 1,600-foot subject lot. How will that change when the subject lot is actually larger? How will that affect the size adjustments? So when they do revise their as of right, they have to just pay attention to how they're making those adjustments of the comparables, given the new size that as of right would be. For the residential apartment sales, the comps that are shown, they're identified by square footage only with no information as to whether or not they're simplexes, duplexes, or triplexes, which we know in this scenario, there are triplex and duplexes. And so these 2 factors clearly would impact the price, but without information on the comparables, there's no way to know whether or not the applicant is appropriately adjusting for that factor.
So can I ask you something? Is it the duplex or is it the number of rooms would be?
Well, for this particularly, it is the duplex, and we do know the number of rooms, but we're not quite sure. I believe it's this one where they're actually as large as the subject or not, or to be honest.
These are all
could
4
be the-
bedrooms, right? I think the 2 of them are 4 bedrooms and one is
One's a 3-bedroom.
one is a 3-bedroom.
The top one's a 2-bedroom, I believe.
Oh, the top one is
Right.
2-bedroom. Okay.
So there was a 3-bedroom.
There are 2 4-bedrooms.
I think
And,
the third one
And
is,
the third one is a 2-bedroom,
yeah,
I believe.
It's a 2-bedroom duplex on the
yeah,
top.
2
Yeah,
bedroom.
so I just, in this, it might be for the other one that I was talking about the size, but I would say because this one is identified by square footage, but no information about whether or not it's simplex, duplex, and triplexes. My mistake if I, identified a question that might not be relevant to this financial.
Okay.
So I would say all in all, they need to give us more backup on how the residential sales prices were derived. This might not be the minimum variance, especially since 92 Walworth Street received far less of a variance from the BSA.
Okay,
So that sums up all my comments.
thank you. Very thorough. Commissioner Sheta. And were you satisfied with the construction cost?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not gonna be repetitive, but I'm gonna start with the construction cost. I did look at it. I believe that the proposed construction cost is in the order of like $425 dollars per square foot. I believe that's about reasonable to use Marshall and Swift. On the as of right, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the number jumps up to about $615 dollar per square foot. The as of right is kind of like 1-story warehouse. It's a very simple construction, so I'm
Hi.
not sure. I'm not sure why it is that high. I'm not saying that if they adjust it, it would make the as of right feasible. It's gonna be not feasible at the end of the day, but I'm just commenting on the number. If this number, if I got it right, 615, per square foot is kind of like high number. I just wanted to put it in the record. Regarding the findings, I believe they pass.
Commissioner Shetty, I think.
Yes.
I just wanted to say, I ended up with a base cost starting at 103. And then with the multipliers comes out to 236.26.
I'm just gonna share, there's a page in the, I guess it's page 33. But it does say those numbers that you're quoting, Commissioner Hartley Brown. So it does say 236.26 for the as of right development scenario. But this is for Marshall and Swift. Let's see.
Actually, the way I did it, I went to the pro forma page and I just added the cost as per that page at the top and then divided by the square footage.
Right.
Which is one story, and I got sick. If I added the numbers incorrectly, I apologize, but I did it twice.
Yeah, but
So
you might have added the land value in perhaps?
no, just construction cost, soft and hard. I added the two numbers. I can check it during the break, but I added the two numbers for the cost at the top of the pro forma, the soft and hard, and then divided by the square footage. And I got, if again, I'm not saying that the number could be fixed to make the as of right feasible. I understand it's not going to be feasible, but I just saw a high number and I wanted to comment on it if I'm right.
Why should we be looking at the soft cost? Shouldn't it be just the hard costs?
You could combine the soft costs, but I just wanted to say that if 236,000 results in 239.52, then no, wait, if 236,000 hard costs results in 236.26, then the additional money that's soft costs, because it's of course now the screen is blank. The additional, go back to that page. The additional 118,000 isn't going to amount to more than $236. It's gonna be-
Maybe I got a mistake when doing the math.
So Commissioner Shetty, just during the break, just look.
I redo the math, but this point is insignificant. I just wanted to raise it just in case if I'm correct. They need to take a look at that number. If they take a look at it and it's different from what I said, I'll pass on my comment and I'll check it during the break.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other comment?
No, regarding the findings, I believe the pass A, the uniqueness. B, the hardship. I believe they have hardship. If they want to consider the as of right. C, I don't think what's proposed is like a damage to the character of the neighborhood. The self-created, I agree with you, Chair, that I don't think there is a self-created component here. Finding E is the minimum variance. I believe that the proposal is kind of like need to be squeezed a little bit to meet the minimum variance requirements. Finding. That's all what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Hartley Brown that the B and E maybe just needs to be cleaned up and made more accurate to the actual as of right condition without the 30-foot rear yard. I also was looking into 92 Walworth and I didn't realize what had actually been built. So I think that's helpful, and I think it'd be helpful for the applicant to discuss. I have nothing further to add.
All right, great. Thank you.
Item number 25, 2024-19BZ, 5802 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, we received proof of filing, proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board. It is my understanding that the applicant will be presenting to the land use meeting in September and full board in October. We received to date, as of this morning, 6 letters of opposition. 6 letters of opposition. Concerns were raised regarding noise, increase in vehicular traffic and pedestrian, and that car salespeople park in the neighborhood, and recommended that a different kind of business be provided. We also received 6 letters of support and a signed petition from 30 neighbors in support of the application. Also, we received a letter of support from the Queensborough President's Office with conditions that the applicant report to the Borough President's Office on its hiring commitments to incorporate the proposed sustainability and resiliency features and prioritize sales of electric hybrid vehicles. Board can't impose the conditions related to hiring. Regarding the resiliency, it has to be pursuant to the underlying regulations. Anything more than that, board cannot review it as part of its in its financial. It has to be what is required. And with regards to prioritizing sales and electric that we can look into, and if needed, should the application proceed further, that can be a condition, but I think it's too early, premature to discuss that. So applicant should respond to the concerns raised by opponents and respond to Borough President's conditions. Applicant, please confirm with the adopted ZEO, the new use group for the auto showroom. Will it be categorized as use group 6, retail trade establishment, automobile dealer number 4411? And it is important, as I will go through the hearing. Ms. Prenga, you have your hands up?
Hi, I just wanted to let you know that on July 24th, we received a cover letter and a revised statement of facts and findings and zoning analysis and proposed plans with the new use group.
Okay, all right.
And it is use group Roman numeral 6, they wrote it.
Okay. Thank you. Great, thank you. So that helps a lot in one of the aspects. So this is an application for a use variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to develop a two-story cellar and auto showroom and sales on the subject zoning lot. The applicant is seeking a use waiver to allow for commercial retail trade establishment in a residential district. So the applicant is proposing to demolish the existing now vacant commercial restaurant, a building that was used for eating and drinking establishment, and is proposing a full lot coverage 25-foot high building of 8,000 square foot of floor area, which amounts to 1.52 FAR. And this would be used for an auto dealership and has gone through quite great lengths to talk about the business model, which is unlike your traditional car dealership. And I can get into that as I discuss, because I do have some questions. The only thing the applicant is proposing that is stating that this is a Lincoln Motor Company dealership, and that the Lincoln Motor is shifting to an electric vehicle production as part of its global chain production pipeline, and will be all zero emission vehicles. So that's what the applicant is stating. I'll get into that a little bit later. Applicant has also provided an as-of-right proposal, which would allow for a 3-story building plus cellar, 6 dwelling unit, a mix of 3-bedroom and 1-bedroom, total of 7,637 square foot, amounting to 1.45 FAR, which is less than the permitted FAR under if it's in a predominantly built up area, which the subject side, I believe, meets, or more than what an R5 would allow, which is 1.25. I do want the applicant to correct the zoning analysis. One of the, and the reason I'm saying this is that this is a trapezoidal site with 3 street frontages, and as per zoning, 3 front yards are required. So based on that, the layout has been provided. So I do want the applicant to correct the zoning analysis for the as of right regarding the side yard application. I think the side yard application needs to be carried out pursuant to zoning resolution section 23-49A. And it is not applicable in this case, since in the as of right scenario, the building is not abutting the existing building that is located along the side lot line and rear yard. And abut is a defined term where the buildings are in contact unless subject to separation for seismic load per building code. So while 23-47A would be applicable where an 8-foot wide rear yard beyond 100 foot would be required for coinciding with the side lot line. So I do not believe it is required. So please do look into that. I also don't think it would benefit you because of the irregular depth of the lot. And since the open space, right, since you're relying on a 1.65 FAR predominantly built up, as I say, the applicant needs to provide an analysis that affirms that the subject site qualifies qualifies as predominantly built with regards to its as of right development. So I'm going to go to the findings of 7221 regarding uniqueness. Applicant provided its uniqueness study, and the uniqueness study identified 4 other lots that are similarly situated in terms of having multiple front yards. The applicant is citing that as a hardship in this case, and it represents that these 4 lots are distinguishable from the subject lots, because 3 of them are significantly larger than the subject site. And of the 4 sites, the smallest site received a BSA variance for bulk and as of right residential use, and that lot is lot 70, which is less than 1,300 square foot. I looked through the other 3 lots, and I would agree that because these are much larger lots with more uniform depth, probably having multiple frontages would not be an encumbrance as much. And these sites are fully built and occupied. And the applicant also represents that the unique lot configuration makes it difficult to build to the maximum permitted zoning floor area, which is, if it's a predominantly built built up area, it would permit up to 1.65. And also the zoning district, regardless of whether it's a predominantly built up or an as of right R5, maximum building height permitted is 30 foot, which is 3 stories. So the applicant also states that the location of the site makes it less desirable for a residential use. I think this argument is probably more suitable as a neighborhood context, and I would agree that this is not the best site for a residential use given its proximity to other non-residential uses. So I looked through the financials, and based on the various estimates and adjustments that's been made, and the apartment rents and the parking rents, and I think based on that, I think the assumptions seem reasonable. And if those are reasonable, what they're arriving at shows that an as of right use runs a loss, whereas the proposed has some minimal return of less than 40K. With regards to neighborhood character, applicant states that the proposed development would comply with the maximum height and FAR requirement for a mixed commercial and community facility building within a C22 commercial overlay, which is the nearest commercial overlay that would permit the proposed use at the subject site. Northern Boulevard is a very auto-oriented boulevard, and it is surrounded by, and this particular frontage and along the majority of the Northern Boulevard frontage in this area, it's surrounded by commercial and industrial uses and mostly automotive related uses. Typically, the residential uses are found at least 100 or 200 feet away from the Northern Boulevard frontage. In this area, specifically in the immediate area of the subject site, It is surrounded by auto-related uses, and mostly auto showrooms and their accessory uses like repairs, holding areas, etc. The immediate frontage of Northern Boulevard is zoned for manufacturing, M1 use, and then the majority of the Northern Boulevard it has commercial overlay with the residential use, C12 and C22. And these overlays would permit commercial use, and specifically C2 overlay will permit the auto dealership as proposed. So the applicant states that the proposed business model is unlike a traditional auto dealer. It is more like a retail store similar to the Tesla showrooms that's found nationwide. I do not have a Tesla. I do not know what that is. So I really would appreciate a little bit more clarification. And I think these questions will also help me understand the difference from the traditional dealership and what is being proposed. So my questions are as follows. Do customers test models at the site? Do customers come to the site to pick up their new purchase? So what I mean is, do I come there and I look at multiple varieties of cars and I take them out, go for a test drive. And when it's time for me to purchase, do I come there and pick up my new car? Or will the proposed site also allow for customers to drop off their vehicles for annual maintenance and checkups and such? Would the site only sell new cars and not do trade-ins? So these are the questions that I have, because I do think that a response to a lot of the concerns that are being raised by the community, trying to understand exactly what is being proposed and how that will impact the local network of pedestrian traffic and on-street parking demand. I though would say the commercial use as proposed, if it is going to be only for electric vehicles and it's going to be just a showroom, would very much be will be permitted in a C2 district under the ZEO text as an auto dealer, and it would not be out of context. With regards to the self-created part of it, according to the information thus far provided, the site seems to be in separate ownership with the abutting lot since 1983. Now, the chain of title of ownership of this history, so the history of the ownership has to go beyond 1983. It has to go from 1961 onwards. So please update that analysis and justify how this is it's not a self-created hardship. I would agree with the statement that the site is encumbered because the subject block tapers out towards Northern Boulevard, exposing much of the three frontages to the activities along Northern Boulevard. And and especially with the requirement of 3 front yards and an irregular lot, it does reduce the footprint for an adequate residential use. So I would say, and from a neighborhood character, I think it is not the best place for a residential use. So I do think the proposed use would be more in keeping with the context. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to go straight to the findings. I did find this to be unique in as it's small size, it's a regular trapezoid shape, and with 3 street frontages, and that its location is on a historically commercial, industrial Northern Boulevard. And therefore, I was also satisfied with the uniqueness study. I do believe this uniqueness creates a financial hardship, and I found the assumptions in the financial feasibility report reasonable. I do not think this proposal would affect the character of the community, considering the commercial uses and auto uses in the immediate vicinity, but I do believe the applicant should respond to the objections, specifically to those complaining of speeding cars and traffic on Northern Boulevard. I understand that they did speak some up to this in their statement of facts, but I do believe it needs to be much more fleshed out. I believe the chair has made some specific comments on what they need to address. And I look forward to hearing the applicant address that. I do not believe that this hardship is self-created, but I agree with you, Chair, that they should look further back to 1961 regarding co-ownership of adjoining lots. And finally, I don't believe that this is a tremendous ask considering the uniqueness and the location of this application. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Oh, and of course, with regard to the character of the community, I do look forward to hear from the community board to see what other comments they may have in this, with this regard.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I'm not yet convinced that the uniqueness of this site actually leads to the hardship. I would need some additional information, and this is why. I do understand that this is a trapezoidal lot that suffers when the front yard requirements are applied to it because it reduces the possible floor plate. But when you actually look at the as-of-right plans to see what actually can be built here, given the yard requirements, it doesn't look like the project is negatively impacted in that they are able to actually realize the regular R5 zoning allowance of 1.25. In fact, they exceed that and they actually can provide 1.45 on this lot. So what they're basically saying is because of their hardship, they can't achieve the R5 in full amount. And so for me, number one, they have to provide all of the calculations to show that they do qualify for the infill zoning. And then they have to talk about how the 2 apartments per floor that are quite large apartments that seem pretty well laid out with nicely sized rooms actually is negatively impacted by the requirement of the yards. The only way I could think of offhand that they would be able to do that and satisfy that finding for me would be to give me an analysis of a regular size site of that square footage and show how they can fit all of the infill zoning square footage onto that site and show me how the apartments that they could provide would be better laid out than what they're already showing me. So it's not that they can't achieve a finding. I just feel that we need a little bit more before we get there. And then I just want to address briefly the location issue as it is, as it pertains to the A finding. The Douglaston case tells us that we can't consider solely the location of a property on a major thoroughfare to be a negative impact and a finding for uniqueness. It could be one of many factors of uniqueness, but it can't be the sole factor. And so therefore, it really is important for the applicant to really validate and bring that point home that it's the size and shape of this lot and the impact of the front yards that is really having a hardship here. Because it can't just be that it's the location on a primarily commercial strip. So I'll go into detail about my B finding questions after I finish the rest of the findings. I do feel like this would meet the character finding in that this portion of Northern Boulevard, they are correct. It is characterized by commercial uses with an awful lot of auto dealerships. So I don't think that a 2-story auto dealership here is going to destroy the character of the neighborhood, because I do feel that that is the primary character of this major street. As for the self-created, I believe that they didn't give us all of the information that we actually need to make that determination. The threshold year is 1961. And so they show us through a historical tax map that dates back to 1965 that the lot has always been in the same configuration, but they really need to go back to 1961. So if they don't have a historical tax map that covers 1961, then they should check the historic tax maps and submit those, and I did not see them. Likewise, they need to show that it's owned separately and apart from the adjacent lots as of 1961, but they don't provide us any backup deeds for either lot 40, which is the subject lot, or lot 38, which is the lot right behind it, that goes any earlier than 1967. And so they have to, once again, go back to that threshold year of 1961. So they have to go a little further in their analysis. So now, as for the financials, I have a few questions that I just need to have clarified, and then I'll be able to determine probably by the next hearing whether or not they've met B and E. So I just want to get a simple one out of the way. Page 13 of the financial report, you have a typo where you have the wrong parcel ID. You say it's block 420, lot 34, which is in Manhattan incidentally, and this is block 1182, lot 40. The other pages are all correct. This one is wrong. Now, as for the site value, out of the 4 comps that they provide to us, only 2 of them are actually vacant. 2 are underutilized, and they say that they're going to include underutilized lots to make the point that the site value is actually accurate. But when you look at the photos of those underutilized lots, one has a storage garage warehouse type of building, which is actually built to the full lot line and looks like it's in very good condition. And so I wouldn't necessarily call that underutilized, because a lot of the lots in this general area are only 1 or 2 stories. So it's not like it's that much more underdeveloped than everything around it. And then the second lot has retail stores on it. And so these 2 lots actually sold for the highest amount per ABA square footage and could be driving the price of the subject land higher. So I think if those 2 lots actually turn out to be vacant, in that they were the uses were demolished after the purchase, they should provide proof to that for us in form of maybe Department of Finance assessment information or recent pictures. Otherwise, I think they need to get rid of those 2 lots and give us 2 actual vacant sites so that they have all vacant sites to value vacant land.
2 actual vacant sites or underutilized sites as,
I
If
would
not
prefer not the
Okay.
underutilized sites, because I think that if they don't have proof that they were actually demoed after the sale, they could be viable uses. And if it's viable uses, we don't really know what they're purchasing. They're purchasing the land plus the business when they're making the purchase.
okay,
So that could be driving the price up, because we're looking for just the value of the land.
okay.
As for the retail rents on the first floor, I don't have any questions. The second floor of this dealership are accessory offices to the Use Group 6 dealership. And usually the offices that you find in conjunction with a dealership are like the salesperson's office, the financial person's office, the sales manager's office. And so I'm not sure it's correct to characterize it as independent offices and then use independent office comparables to value that portion. And so I want to know why they didn't value it as if it's second-story retail. And if they were to use the price of second-story retail, would it be the same $40 a square foot? Or would it be more, or would it be less? So if they could just address that in a narrative, that would be helpful. As for the construction costs, I felt that the hard costs were very reasonable here. And I felt that the soft costs, when you look at the hard costs, they looked like they were high in percentage compared to the hard costs. But if you add both of them together to get an overall hard plus soft cost, the total construction costs are quite reasonable here. So in conclusion, what's remaining outstanding for me are questions about the site value comps and whether they're driving the site value up, and information about office versus retail as valuing the second.
Mm-hmm.
And those are my questions.
So that's interesting. So you're finding the hard cost, combined hard and soft cost for, is it for both the proposed and the as of right?
Yes, I
Okay.
find them to be quite reasonable.
Okay,
Because I find that the as of right hard costs are about $120 a square foot. And then they're adding in another $71 of per square foot of soft costs. So you're at under $200 a square foot, which actually begs the question, what's going on in a lot of the other financials? But it seems like they're being very modest here. And as for the proposal, they start with $241.71 per square foot, and they're adding an additional $70 a square foot of soft cost. So that brings it to like 310.
So maybe they are being very conservative for financial purposes to show as low of a residential cost that they can provide to probably match with the rent that they can receive in this area. Maybe that's how they're comparing, and maybe the applicant can clarify. But that actually is interesting, because if the as of right, as provided, is more than an R5 that is not in an infill area, not in a predominantly built up. R5 without a predominantly built up allows 1.25, and the proposed is 1.45. And even with such a modest as of right construction cost, this is having a negative return. Isn't that a very strong argument that there is an issue with this site?
Well, we're not quite sure yet, because we also have issues with the site values. So it's not just the construction costs that are making the development costs. It's the site value, and I still have a question about the site value.
Okay.
So before I jump to any conclusion, especially considering in 2020, this site did sell for less than $2 million, and they're putting a site value cost of $2.38 million right now. I just need that extra information, and then I'll relook at everything. So I want to hold off before jumping and making a conclusion,
Okay,
especially
Fair
since
enough.
it's just the first hearing.
okay, fair enough. But I do appreciate your thorough review on this part. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I start where Commissioner Brown ended. I did look at the construction cost, and this is the component where I kind of like value whether they have a hardship because of the uniqueness of the site or not. I do believe that the construction cost is very reasonable. That's why when I looked at the end of the financial analysis, the return, I get the impression that they have a hardship. If the site value, which I don't have much expertise on it, can flip the equation, that's a different story. But I don't think it's gonna do that. But as of right now, I am convinced that they do have a uniqueness, which is finding A. I believe they do have a hardship, finding B. I don't think that kind of like proposal is gonna impact the character of the neighborhood. I believe it's more in line with the character of the neighborhood than a residential. If you look at the southern strip of Northern Boulevard, it's all about commercial. You barely can see a residential first row on Northern Boulevard from the southern side. On the self-created, I do agree with you, Chair, that they need to provide the additional clarifications. And regarding the minimum variance, if it passes A and D, I'm okay with the proposal. I did read through the statement that they are not proposing any off-street parking. They said that they are counting on the waiver that's going to be less than 15 parking space required, and then they are kind of like wavering on that they're gonna waive that according to ZR 36-231. I'm not sure about this, but I want to make sure that if they have customers coming to like look at cars or pick cars, they're gonna have some sort of like parking to accommodate. If not, I'm okay with no parking proposed. That's all what I have for now. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's I think that's the clarification we need in terms of their business
Yes.
model. And yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I had a question about the open roof accessory use that's indicated on the plans. The elevator doesn't seem to go there, but it does show that there's an accessory use on the roof. So we'd want to know how that is going to be used. And I think that also ties into the general questions about the overall operation of the site, which I think has been brought up by several of the commissioners. Also just technicality, but I think the roof parapets are exceeding the height that is permitted in the definition of floor area. So please lower those, or else you'll have to count the floor area of the roof as part of the request.
Uh,
Okay, I don't want to repeat what's been said. I agree that a few of these findings need to be further fleshed out. And I would like the clarifications on the things I've asked for. That's it.
any particular findings that you think need more clarification?
Well, I think D, it's been clear that everyone, we need to go back to 1961. But I think the very thorough analysis on the financials, I would like to hear what by Commissioner Otley Brown, I would like to hear what the applicant has to say in response. I agree, a construction cost of less than $200 a square foot in this time seems almost impossible to me. I'm not sure how you could build residential at that cost. So it is an incredibly modest construction cost. So I agree with you, Chair, that it does further the overall financial hardship. But again, I agree that we need to hear back what Commissioner Otley Brown has said, because it was a very thorough review on her part. So I'm deferring to those comments and what the response will be for the financial hardship and the minimal.
Okay, and you're satisfied with the uniqueness?
I am.
Uniqueness as neighborhood character.
Yes, sorry. I am also, yes, I agree on all the statements about neighborhood character.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the thorough review you've all put into this.
Move on.
Yes.
Item number 26, 2022 88BZ, 318 Seguin Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, we have received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board has voted to disapprove this application. We received also, as of yesterday, 2 letters of opposition. Issues were raised regarding hospital employees using neighborhood parking and proposed enlargement. I'm not sure why the term hospital has been used in these letters of opposition, because this is not a hospital, it's an ambulatory diagnostic or treatment care facility, almost like a typical doctor's office. So this is an application for a special permit pursuant to pre-ZEO text amendment zoning resolution section 73-126 for an enlargement of an existing ambulatory diagnostic or treatment care facility on the subject zoning lot located in the lower density growth management area and in the special South Richmond Special District. The applicant has not, I'm going to start off by saying this, that this application has not been properly prosecuted. Information provided is inadequate, not consistent, and needs to be resubmitted for the board to conduct its thorough review. For the board to consider the applicant needs to revise the application significantly. This application was originally filed on November 8, 2022. Board staff in March of 2023 sent a notice of comment asking for findings pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-126 and also asked for information pertaining to environmental review, including a detailed narrative of no action and with action for land use, zoning, and public policy, description of the increment between no action and with action scenario. First response that the board, this agency received from the applicant was in March of 2023. And then I believe the board followed up with another, yes, it did follow up with another notice of comment in February of 2024 and asking for similar set of information. And only recently, as of July 24, response to the second round of comments were provided, and even that is not complete. This is an interior lot fronting on Seguin Avenue. The existing zoning lot consists of 2 one-story buildings, which I believe is one of them is being used for medical office building. I don't know what the other one is being used for because the document is incomplete. And according to the certificate of occupancy provided for the one of the existing building, which is 318 Seguin, it has, according to the CO, 1 accessory offsite parking is proposed. Now, based on the statement of fact, the existing floor area only shows 1,975 square foot for the medical building, which I believe is only referring to the 318 Seguin Avenue and is not accounting for the other building. So the statement of fact is confusing. and is not consistent with the plans regarding the existing floor area on the zoning lot. It needs to include the floor area for both the buildings. Statement of facts needs to discuss both buildings on the site, which is 318 segment and 320 segment, and specifically the total on-site parking that is existing, because based on the photos that's been provided, there are more than one cars parked on this site. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing 320 Seguin Avenue building and is proposing to enlarge 318 Seguin to a total of 8,363 square feet. I want the applicant to confirm if the cellar needs to be counted in the total zoning floor area. The number of stories will increase from a 1-story plus cellar to a 2-story plus cellar building. And applicant is proposing a 20 valet on-site parking spaces. And the site will be accessed from an existing 9-foot wide curb off Seguin Avenue. I'm stating all of this because there are a lot of issues with this. So before I get into the findings, in light of the recent text amendment, want to state that zoning resolution, pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-46, it permits the board to review application for special permit use pursuant to pre-ZEO regulations to the extent the application was filed before 6/6/2024, which it was. In this case, the board may review pursuant to the prior zoning regulations, and the applicant may therefore request the review under the pre-ZEO regulations. Where warranted, the board may also not review pursuant to pre-ZEO and require an application to meet the new findings. So applicant, you need to tell us which way you want to go, but I think based on the findings, they kind of are similar, the new findings. So regarding the findings pursuant to ZEO, ZR section 73-126, the applicant has only provided diagrams, but has not provided any narratives associated with the segments of the findings. And I would say the diagrams are very difficult to read without any narrative. And I don't also think that the diagrams are accurate. And I'll go into that. So as I said, I do have concerns with this, a lot of concern with this application. It does not comply with the required zoning resolution sections related to the parking, and the findings related to the special permit has not been met. Site plan is difficult to read. It does not show the location of the 9-foot wide curb cut as stated in the statement of fact. The only place I see the curb cut was in the landscaping plan, where it is shown as a 22-foot wide curb cut. So there is a lot of discrepancy throughout the documents. Furthermore, the proposed project must comply with if you're proposing to go with the pre-ZEO 25-624B special parking regulations for certain community facility uses in lower density growth management area. Please note, this section has not changed with the ZEO amendment. Pursuant to pre-ZEO special permit 73-126, board cannot waive any applicable parking regulations, and it is consistent under the new ZEO text special permit 73-134. The proposed layout of the parking space is contradictory to zoning to pre-ZEO 25-624, which I said has not changed under the ZEO text. Especially no tandem parking is permitted. I would also add, as shown, for valet to maneuver any vehicles, the front yard will be relied on significantly for holding area and for possible maneuvering. So this would be contradictory to the open space study diagram that has been submitted on page 007. Also, one of the requirements of pre-ZEO 25-624B6 is a minimum 4-foot wide in-ground landscaping area with dense planting, evergreen shrubs at least 4 feet high at the time of planting, and of a type that may be expected to form a year-round dense screening at least 6 foot high within 3 years. The proposed 1-foot wide planting strip along the side lot line is woefully inadequate. A minimum of 4-foot wide planting along both side yards and rear yards need to be provided. So with all that said, I see this project has significant issues as submitted. And given that so much time has gone, it needs to be modified. It needs to be scaled down to meet the complying parking regulations and all the screening requirements before even it can be considered for a special permit. I see Carlos' hand up. Sorry.
Yes, no, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, and I apologize if I have this wrong, but I just wanted for clarity, in the lower growth density management area, is the buffering extended to 5 feet?
I believe it is. I don't have the text in front of me. I'll have to look into that. I believe it is. It would be even more than 4 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just recalling, but I can't point to it right now. I was prepared.
Yeah. Yeah. So all in all, what has been submitted is absolutely not feasible, and the board pursuant to the special district cannot waive these requirements other than the only little bit of the waiver that it can grant is regarding to the type of open space, distribution of the bulk, and the scale and placement of the building. It has nothing to do with parking, screening, and buffering. So those have to be complied with. So I just want to ask the board, do you want to proceed based on where it stands, or should we consider closing it and because of lack of failure to prosecute, and keep the record open for the applicant to make its submission?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, before the board members, I just wanted to confirm with Director Benke, is there outstanding secret on this matter?
All items have been submitted. There's no more reviews, but the EAS might need some minor edits to just formatting wise.
Thank you.
I think that we could administer, because we've called a hearing, we may have testimony. I'm not sure we can close without having that testimony available, but I think we can administratively adjourn this. But even though, and have them know your comments and have it administratively adjourned. But I'll defer to general counsel.
Do you have any?
Yeah, if the board wanted to close it today, it would have to be done at the public hearing after we
Right.
take testimony.
But we could
Yeah.
adjourn it now. If we could administratively adjourn.
Yeah,
it.
given that the board has engaged in a thorough discussion at the review session, I would advise that the board not postpone the initial hearing.
But we can, at the end of it, we can decide whether we close it. I prefer that outcome.
Okay. Well, then, in that
Okay.
case, I would just caution the applicant that this is not something that's going to be cured by your testimony today. I think taking what the chair has said and take that to heart, work with the case manager, and hopefully you can provide a application that is something that can be within the purview of something the BSA can grant. This won't be the time to argue the merits of your case. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree with the chair and the vice chair that the application should be more comprehensive in addressing the current findings before we can consider it.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree that the application need to be completed. I wasn't able to actually to review it. And they need to provide whatever material is missing and whatever findings need to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with you, Chair. I think there are a number of issues with the proposal and that we're lacking a lot of information. And yeah, I agree with what's been stated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further comments?
No further comments.
Okay, this concludes the public review session for July 30th,
Okay,
2024.
we are approaching nearly 12 o'clock. So I suggest we take a 35-minute break. We're going to approach 11:50. Take a 35-minute break, have our lunch and come back. 12:30, yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with the public hearing at 12:30.
Okay. And hide down. It's like.
NYC.gov.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone, we're about to begin. Ms. Matias, we are live, we are streaming. You may proceed with the public hearing.
Going on. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for July 30th, 2024. We'll begin with the zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 21, 2023, 57BZ. Oh, I'm sorry, 394 East Third Street, Brooklyn.
Yeah.
What happened? She was-
But we loaded so many licenses.
No, but I thought she was a host before.
Yesterday, she.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Hello.
Is there anyone else with you, Ms. Fullader?
No, I didn't think it was necessary.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Thank you so much.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Thank you. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. I called the architect to address Otley Brown's comments. And yes, they focused on block frontage. Sorry, that was unclear. Appreciate you pointing that out.
Any other questions or comments? Does that help answer?
That
Are you
does.
satisfied?
Yeah. I'm satisfied.
Thank you.
Let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2023-57BZ, 394 East Third Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. And you will enter at the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-853-859-1863 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute since you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
I'm going to recommend that we close this hearing and we will schedule this for September.
Close?
No, the we
Oh.
need to.
Waiting for the clock to run out. No. So no one has called in and no one has raised their hands.
Okay, make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
I,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. All right, we'll schedule this for a September decision. One of the 2 Septembers.
Whatever works best for your calendar, since there's nothing I think I have to submit.
No.
Any time that works for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Item number 2023-05BZ, 321 Avenue T, Brooklyn.
This
This
would be
is-
Jay.
This would be Bonnie.
Oh, Bonnie?
Bonnie, yeah,
Not
Jay's
Jay?
in the room, but Bonnie is going to handle this.
Okay.
Bonnie Rose.
I'm here just to say hello.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jay. I thought Bonnie was. you said
No,
Bonnie.
Bonnie's gonna handle it. I'm just here to say hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize. My video is taking a moment to start, so I should be there momentarily. There we go. Okay, it's very good to see everyone. How are you?
Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? And to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonnie Rose with the Law Office of Jay Goldstein. We heard this morning's review session. We understand that the board has no further questions, and we just want to say thank you to the board and to staff for all their help in, getting this application to the finish line. And we look forward to reaching a conclusion.
Great. I am assuming that following the DOT's recommendation, you will be complying with the recommendations DOT has made, because those would be part of our conditions.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Public? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2023-05BZ, 321 Avenue T, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-859-1863 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your computer screen. In all cases, once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
So as I stated at the review session, I will recommend that we close this, and we will schedule this application and McDonald for decision at the same time once the SECRA sign-off is through. And if that requires additional corrections to the drawings, both drawings, especially with the hazmat, the E designation, and any other conditions as a result of the air quality and noise need to be reflected in the plans.
Understood. I was wondering if I might be able to ask if the board has an opening, if it would be possible to put this on for decision in August, if there's any opening, just so that the school can get started, because they're kind of out of space.
Get a SECRA sign-off, then only.
SECRA sign, okay. Thanks.
I can hold it, we'll have to defer it if we do not, so.
But if I may, sorry, Tracy had mentioned, sorry, Ms. Banky had mentioned that she's confident that, or hopes based on her conversation with DEP, that we should be able to get the sign off by then. Therefore, we'd like to hold the date. We understand it's just if we can get August approval, it gives the school a running start. That's the only reason.
We can put a placeholder on that, but if we do not get a sign off, it gets pushed out to September.
Understood, understood. Thank you.
But you do need to make the revisions to the plans.
That's fine.
The submission date was 25th. So you need to make sure it gets submitted with all the revisions, and your office does a very good job of walking us through the changes made to the specific sections, plans. So if you provide that, we can give you more time till the date of the submission, to the date of the submission, which can be 1 week before the hearing.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, that means next week, till next Wednesday. How about that? Next Wednesday or Thursday? I'm hoping you would get the approval before that. If not,
So are we.
So do
it is to be down to the wire. We will hold it for Tuesday then.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. Thank you.
All right, nobody called in.
Nobody called in, raise their hands.
So I make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Good to see you all. Take care.
You
Thank
too.
you too. Item number 2023-63BZ, 4152 Ocean Avenue, Brooklyn.
That would be Ms. Fullader.
Shoot. Sorry. Is there anyone else with you?
Yeah, Eric
Eric and Sandy?
and Sandy, yeah.
Sandy's up also.
Yeah, she's the architect.
Oh, sure. Okay. Mr. Platnick and Ms. Agnatsu. Okay, everyone ready?
Mhm.
Please unmute Sandy, Ms. Agnatsu. Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Hi, it's Eric Palatnik. I want to thank you very much for taking the time to review the matter. I also want to apologize to the board that our submission did not call out the issues that were raised by Commissioner Yoon at the end of the review session, and we will correct that and remedy that. We attended your review session. We heard all the comments that were made by the chair and the subsequent conversations with all the commissioners. So about you, right to the heart of it. Commissioner Yoon, we heard what you had to say, dialogue with the chair about the open space having increased, which it did, but just ever so slightly. And the same for the rear yard that may or may not be triggered. And those are all sort of areas due to the discussion with that. Sandy is on the phone. She reviewed, she heard what you had to say also. We're going to review after the hearing and determine the additional objections for those two. And if we do, we will obtain those, and we'll call it out in our statement and in the cover letter exactly what the changes are. And Madam Chair, we heard your commentary and the rest of the discussion with the remainder of the board regarding the front wall, moving it back, I think it was 1.83 inches. We all agree, or whatever that exact dimension is, but to maintain what it is right now. And we've spoken about that with Sandy after the review session, and we all agree that with your commentary that can be achieved. And we thank you very much for understanding the circumstances and for your board's thoughtful analysis. We will also include Appendix G information on all of the plans sheets. So thank you, Commissioner Sheta. We apologize that should be on all the sheets. We'd be happy to answer any questions. We're all here, but we understood the gist of what you were saying.
Yeah, and please remove all accessory related uses indicated in the seller plan and
Yes,
sections.
yes. Yes, I forgot that. Yes.
Please, because we are not opining on that. That's really for DOB to determine.
Okay.
So if I understand it, you're going to maintain the front wall and that would recede the building by 1.83, whatever that number would finally add up to. And will you still continue to retain that rear wall with which Commissioner Yoon pointed out correctly? Is that
Yes.
really not a wall? It's being used as a more like a railing. It's not quite a wall. So why keep that and then ask for and I think that is what is increasing your lot coverage and open space. And if you don't need it, why keep it? When it's not really serving the intent of maintaining the exterior wall. And this way you don't have to ask for an additional objection. You stay within the limits of what you proposed. And as Commissioner, you pointed out, it would be very similar to what was the original proposal. Only thing is that you do not maintain the rear wall. Your count of the total wall retention, exterior wall retention, while remains the same as what you have shown initially. I think the argument in this case, as I said, is well placed that the expansion is happening more to the side, not to the front. And because you're allowing for a deeper rear yard and not seeking the additional rear yard waiver, I think that's I would call it that's a good gesture because of which I think a 50%, less than 50% exterior wall retention can be justified.
I'll defer to Sandy on the rear. I agree with your analysis, and that was the analysis we've been setting forth. And I thank the board for understanding it and finding more reasons that we should make changes to support that argument. Sandy, can you comment on the rear wall so we could speak about that with everybody while we have everybody's talking about it?
Yeah,
Or would you like to review it and get back?
I mean, I would like to review it in depth, but what am I don't believe that we counted the rear as lot coverage. And we extended the front wall in the front yard, but based on what the chair commented on before, I think that is, we can implement that, but it would bring us closer to our original proposal. But we will look at all of those.
And I think in light, like I said, in light of the fact that you're trying to maintain the existing facade, existing exterior structure as much as possible, and providing a deeper rear yard would be a strong justification for us to not requiring 50% in this case. So if that helps in your ability and not require additional objection, just go through that exercise. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, yes.
May I add one item?
Sure.
I just wanted to point Commissioner Yoon, and who knows if it will get passed, but I just wanted to address her comment about that 1.0 FAR and the new proposed 23-243 special provisions for certain community districts. It says that for R1 through R3 districts and community districts 11, 14, and 15 in the borough of Brooklyn, the maximum floor area ratio set forth in section 23-11 shall be shall be increased to 1.0.
Elise, can you share the screen?
Yes.
So Commissioner,
Can I just, in the interest of time, I hear what you're saying, but it's a proposed.
Yeah, it is proposed.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that was what that was referenced to in the cover letter because she had brought it up. So
yeah, we didn't want to seem as if we were misinforming the board. That was just correcting the record. That we happen to have worked very closely with city planning on that text change, and it was created to mimic the special permit in its entirety. So we just wanted to let you know, the board know, and we could share that document with the board. You know, City of Yes is so big, there's so many little things buried in it that it's very difficult to know every single part of it. So we'll share that with the board.
Exactly. Yeah, I just want to make sure because it's in a different subsection that we're all on the same page.
Also, we'll provide an existing site plan and survey, which we have, but we'll resubmit that.
Yeah, fortunately with the survey, I did look through it. I couldn't find all the dimensions that I needed to understand the placement of the building. For example, it did not have the rear yard dimension. It did not have both the side yard dimensions. So it just was not an easy way to read that. And I generally look between the survey and the existing site plan to understand where the existing building sits and what's the existing alignment of all the yards. So I had to extrapolate that from the statement of fact. So you really need to make sure your survey, existing plan, and statement of fact is absolutely consistent and with the zoning analysis. And then whatever you do with it, with the proposal and what we are recommending, hopefully it will work in your favor. Okay.
I was muted. I apologize. We'll make all of those changes and we'll resubmit to the board.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is 2023-63BZ 4152 Ocean Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. You will enter the webinar ID number 161-859-1863 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. On all scenarios, please note you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. How much time?
Okay. How much time will you need? So I just want to make sure you will need to revise the statement of fact, zoning chart, DOB objection if needed, of course, the revised existing plan and the proposed plan. I mean, you don't have an existing plan in its entirety, but all the drawings related to existing and proposed plan.
We actually do have an existing plan and survey. I have it. I can share it if you want to look at it now, but we will submit it. And we need about, I would
Ms.
say,
Ignacio, what I need is an existing site plan. That is the biggest part that's missing.
yes, we have that, Madam Chair.
I didn't see it.
I don't know if we definitely submitted a survey, but I have to look through it again to see if we have she has one that she sent me.
Yeah, I can share my screen if.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
I kind of went through all the submissions and I couldn't find it, even the void folder I looked through.
Jelly, you want to take down your screen, please? All right, no one's raised their hands or called in.
Yeah, we don't have
I
this
haven't
plan.
seen that.
We haven't seen this. Okay, so maybe it got omitted from the submission, so please submit it.
Are
Okay.
the yards dimensioned?
They are dimensioned, yes.
Wow, really close. I can't see it right now.
So basically, the house is sort of situated in the center of the lot, which is,
You're saying those little tiny dimension strings?
yeah, we'll have to fix that font.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
very
that's-
small, hard to read. We'll fix that and resubmit.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we never saw this plan. Thank you.
Okay, we also do have a survey, but we'll make sure everything corresponds between the zoning analysis and statements.
Okay. All right. How much time do you need?
I would say my office needs about 3 weeks to work on the plans, get an updated denial from the DOB if required, and do the zoning.
Okay, I would suggest we schedule this for later part of September. Just,
Yes,
So your submission date for September 30th, October 1st would be September 12th submission. Can you make that?
September 12th?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I may be out of turn in even asking the request because the lease has been appearing, but may we request if the entire board is satisfied with everything that we submit, if there may be a closing grant on that day, just because we're 2 months out?
because if you're going to ask for more DOB objections, we need to recognize that and we need to kind of consider that in our reviews.
Okay, thank you for discussing it with us.
We unfortunately cannot.
I understand. I'm sure,
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll do the right thing. Thank you very much for considering it.
Yeah. So if you don't need to, but we still need to see the revised plan based on the directions that we gave. So it still would remain continued either way.
Okay, I understand, and don't mean to rush the board. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
New cases, item number 24, 2024-03 BZ, 117 Spencer Street, Brooklyn.
Who is the applicant in this case? Sheldon LaBelle. Oh, why am I even?
Barbara Cohen.
Somebody's letting them in, right?
Oh. You're listed as Richard LaBelle, Alexia.
Oh,
Don't
sorry.
want to be that, don't want to make that mistake.
Hold on.
Is there anyone else? Is Barbara Cohen part of your team? Anyone else?
No, it's just the three of us today.
So raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Alexia Landisman. I'm here with Richard Lobel from Sheldon Lobel PC and Barbara Cohen, who is the financial consultant for this matter. We have attended the executive session and listened to the board's comments. With regards to the plans, we have listened to the board's comments and will submit revised proposed plans that show a better site plan. With regards to the fire exit as well, we'll clarify with the architects and make sure those are consistent. We will submit a revised radius map per the board's comments, and we will make the statement more reflective of the uniqueness study that was submitted, and we'll just we will coordinate those together and provide the one and defer to the one that's 1,000 foot radius, just to make sure everything's consistent. It appears that the board was more or less satisfied with everything with the exception of the financials and the financials finding and the minimum variance. And so we will take a look at 92 Walworth Street that the board referenced, and we will resubmit some additional materials to justify our proposal. And with regards to the financials, I'm actually going to hand it over to Barbara Cohen to respond to the board's comments.
Before, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say also you have to reconcile your square footages for your as of right.
Yeah.
Between the statement, the plans and the financial.
Right. And before Ms. Cohen joins, you did identify some of the BSA variances that were granted in the area. In addition, so add the site that Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned, 92 Walworth, and provide a list of the variant sites that were granted, the lot area, the uses that were permitted as of right, what is the variance that was granted, use, bulk, etc. What was the total floor area that was granted, and the FAR, so that we can compare them with what is being proposed.
Understood. We can provide a comprehensive chart to the board with the next submission.
Okay.
I'm going to defer to Barbara Cohen to respond to some of the board's financial.
Yes, please go ahead, Ms. Cohen.
Good afternoon. Let's see, I'll go right. It's as far as the as of right commercial, we'll do whatever the new plan is, which I'm assuming is a full lot, and everything that relates to that will flow from there and revise the report accordingly. So that's easily done. The site value, that 219 Park Avenue, that was on the page, but sort of didn't have any connection to anything. I originally had it there, and then I realized it was an asking price and it had been sold in 2017. So I took it out, but I didn't get back into the report to take out the picture and the address. So I'll remove that.
So it's only up
Yes.
for sale, but it hasn't sold. Is that what you're saying?
Right, because I know you don't like to have asking prices. And actually the asking was about $255 a square foot. So sort of in the ballpark with what the three ended up to be. What else? So the residential, I'll go back and flesh out the units used in the comps, whether they're duplexes or not. I'll do that and adjust anything if necessary in terms of what's being proposed. The hard costs. So the Marshall and Swift is always just the base hard costs, no soft costs. It's also reflects the above grade building area. So that's important as well. As far as the relationship of soft costs and hard costs, typically you relate the soft to the hard, and look at the percentage. But so when you do, quote numbers, you have to be very, very clear as to whether it's above grade, whether it's includes the cellar, and that you're actually talking about only the hardcore construction. I think that sort of covered my little bits and pieces. And I think in terms of, looking at 92 and the other variance cases, I think it will also be important to look at the unit mix, the size, unit size here, number of bedrooms are very important in this community. And so that I think will play a factor too, in judging, one against the other. I think that's it. Did I miss anything? No, so we'll
No,
go back and.
Point, this neighborhood generally large family size in this neighborhood, there's a large family size.
92 is in this neighborhood also.
N-
just so you know.
92 is
Yeah,
also in
it's
this
right
neighborhood.
around the
Right
corner.
around.
Yeah.
So that's why I think Ms. Cohen's statement is correct, that we should look at the unit size, number of bedrooms also for all of the sites where variance has been granted, or even for the comps that you're looking at, I would say.
Yeah, no.
We'll be sure to include that in our neighborhood character study as well, once we get that.
And also, as the board stated, do also beef up the uniquenesses and the self-created hardship element.
Right.
I had a question. Given that this is going to be a family for large families, having automobile is a very strong component. So my question is, why aren't you considering providing a parking below grade for 3 cars for 3 families?
Yeah, I don't mind starting with that. Chair, we're happy to explore that. I'd note that on the immediate rezonings in the area, including 703 and 712 Myrtle Avenue, which are both on this side as well as across Myrtle Avenue. Those applications and those applicants before city planning went in showing buildings with no parking. And so, given the additional costs incurred in requiring to excavate further to provide parking, it may be, a little bit cost prohibitive and also something that's not necessarily desired or within the immediate character. So again, happy to take a harder look at that, but those are just a little bit, it's just a little insight into, the decision behind parking in this immediate area.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for the team?
Yeah, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Sorry, I just want to indicate that I did look at the number that I mentioned during the review session, the $611 per square foot for the as of right, and it sounds like I made a mistake on that. So the number is on the order of probably less than half of the number I indicated. So I just wanted to highlight that. On the other hand, as far as I understand, Marshall and Swifts includes some of the soft cost, but not all of them. So the soft cost is actually partially included, but sometimes there are some elements in the soft cost that is not included in Marshall and Swift, and they need to be added. Just wanted to correct the statement on the record. Thank you.
Right, that's actually very correct, and you can see that in the pro forma chart where it says included in MS. So.
Thank you.
And just on that note, we did want to thank, we did all listen to the board's comments during executive session and wanted to thank the board. The review of this is extremely thorough, as with most cases, and we do, appreciate the time and attention to that detail. So we thank the commissioners for that.
Thank you. Can I also ask that the building facade be made a little bit interesting?
We'll go back to the architect and have him
Complimenting the board asks for something more from you so that you can do better.
Of course.
Okay. Just enhance, beautify the building through some
Make it
treatment.
pretty.
Yeah.
Happy to do so, Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, did anybody call in? Oh, we
Can we
didn't go
do
to
the
the
public?
public.
Yeah, we
Oh,
did.
sorry, let's go to the public.
Okay. So the case we're currently discussing is 2024-03BZ, 117 Spencer Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to participate, dial 669-254-5252. You will enter the webinar ID number 161-859-1863 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in, since you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized in all scenarios, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Oh, I had one typo question or clarification. In the statement of facts, there's a sentence that says the applicant proposes a 6-story plus cellar building, which will consist of 3 rental units. The building will likely be a condominium building. So if you could just either
Yeah.
remove the reference to rental or confirm, just clean that up.
I in the financing, it's been done as a condo.
I think everything is
It's a
shown as,
condo.
but it just that reference to rental units is misleading because it's at the very beginning of the statement of facts.
We can definitely make that change.
Okay, how much time will you need to make these changes?
I believe we probably need about 3 weeks to just to put everything in order and make sure everything is consistent. And we have our community board hearing in the middle of September. So if we can go in front of the board towards the end of September, I think that would be ideal.
Okay. Okay. I just want to look at our calendar for end of September.
Yeah, they haven't done it yet, so-
I think it's doable. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No one has raised their hands. No one's pulled in.
Okay. Good seeing you all.
Likewise.
Happy summer, if I don't
Thank
see you.
you.
Thanks,
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners.
Item number 25, 2024-19BZ at 5802 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
This
This
would,
is Sandy.
this would be Sandy only?
I don't know. Jessica Corus.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Wait, and Lisa Rantia?
Yes, Lisa Arantia from Ackerman, she, co-applicant. And also there are a few others in the waiting room from the Lincoln, the operator of the proposed establishment. Joe Voltaggio.
Don't see. Unless there's somebody, okay. Mike N.
Mike, yes, Mike N.
And whose number is ending with 7206? Is that person one of your team members?
I believe so.
If you are part of the team, please raise your hand.
There's Brian.
No, don't see Brian.
And Ken Karwowski.
Don't see. Thomas, no,
You don't
Okay.
see Ken Karwowski and Brian Schneck?
no,
You see Thomas Ryan?
I don't see Thomas Ryan. Well, Thomas Ryan just dropped.
Thomas Ryan, I think he's a neighbor.
Thomas Ryan should be put back in the, yeah. The person with the phone number ending at 7206, please identify yourself. Are you part of the applicant team? We are only letting the applicant's team in
At this time.
at this time. After that, the floor will be open to the public. Oh, we have two from the operators.
Joseph Voltaggio.
And the Voltaggio, and I can't see the name. My eyes are not that good.
Yes, Michael Nadero and Joseph Voltaggio, but Ryan Schneck, I believe, is in the waiting room, and Ken Karwowski.
Yeah, we do not see them. And Mr. Thomas Ryan, if you are part of the public, we will be taking public comments after the applicant has made their presentation. Please lower your hand unless you're part of the team. Is Thomas Ryan part of your team?
No, he'll be in the public.
So please lower your hand, Mr. Ryan. We will hear you during the public participation.
Are you ready? Is everyone there that we need to have?
Well, I think we're still waiting for Brian Schneck. He's from the local union workers, Local 259.
Can we
Karwowski.
testimony right now?
Yeah, is he part of your application pool, or he'll be speaking in favor of the application and then that person can participate during the public testimony?
I believe they're during the public session.
Yeah, they can participate later.
Okay.
Okay, so let me swear you in. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes, I do. Please state your name and for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Sandy Anagnostu. I listened to the board's comments and just want to quickly say we did meet with Community Board 2 in June with the Land Use Zoning Committee meeting and discussed the application. We implemented some of their recommendations, which was landscaping and a publicly accessible electric charging station. You will see that in the latest submitted proposed plans. And we are meeting again with the Land Use Committee on September 18th to continue the discussion, and the public hearing has been scheduled for October 10th. We received copies of the opposition letters, and we'll respond to these in detail in writing, but I just want to quickly mention there are no repairs at this site. There are very few vehicles. Maximum of 3 to 4 vehicles in the showroom. We provided a drive-through area at the rear of the building in order to, first of all, we didn't want any cars entering through Northern Boulevard because of the type of street and everything happening around there. So we have this drive-through which would provide access for the cars to be put into the showroom. And we don't anticipate many vehicles because of the type of business that it is. It's a new concept retail store, and Mr. Voltaggio can elaborate on it, but basically the way it works is most of the sales are done online. The viewing of the vehicles are done online, and then the customer does come in, but there's no test driving. The chair had some questions regarding that. There are no test driving of vehicles. Vehicles are not picked up at this location. They're not, I'm sorry, the vice chair.
No, that's nothing. Please continue.
So there's no test drives no picking up of vehicles. Vehicles are not delivered here for customers to pick up, or they're not dropped off here for maintenance. That's done at a nearby facility. The vehicles, if they do require maintenance, they can be picked up at the customer's home or business. And when they are purchased, they are also dropped off at their home and business. So this will eliminate a lot of traffic, a lot of issues with concerns with parking and noise. Any of these effects are very minimal. In terms of, can we provide on-site parking? We know that the community did not want us to be driving over the sidewalk, and the only time we would do that is if we need to put vehicles into the showroom. So we can look at the possibility of providing parking if the board feels very strongly about that, but this area is well served by mass transit. There's on-street parking. We do qualify for the parking waiver under the zoning resolution. So, and it would not require a lot of parking. So those are what we believe to be a strong reason why we should not provide parking on site. But we're happy to look at it.
Can I make a suggestion? Can you, I think it would benefit you if in your statement, you provide this narrative, the business operation much more elaborated, a lot more.
Yes.
I don't think many people go to Tesla, so we do not know how Tesla works. So please elaborate as much as possible in terms of how the business will operate and will function. Partly, I'm saying that is to address many of the concerns that I believe are neighborhood related, neighborhood character related. It will also help you address some of the concerns that the community board has raised. And should this go forward, we would make these also part of the condition so that your business model becomes something that you have to live with. It cannot vary to the traditional auto dealership type, because that goes towards the finding of the of neighborhood character.
We understand that, Madam Chair. So we will provide more details. Also, this is a minority-owned business, and the Queensborough president did provide a letter of recommendation, and the operator could speak more to this, but people will be hired locally and union workers, I believe up to 12 employees. But we will provide more information regarding that. Then there was a question regarding the side yard, and I think the section was 2349 for the as of right.
Yeah, I think when you look at the zoning resolution, because in your as of right plan, you did refer to that section, and when I looked at it, it's 2349 does not apply in this case because the building has to abut a building, and in this case, the existing building does not abut. There is a distance, and so I don't think you need to provide this 8-foot rear yard. That's my take on it. So please look through it and go through how the rear yard or side yard requirement would apply to this site.
Okay. We will look at that, and also regarding predominantly built up, I believe we did provide calculations and we do qualify, and that's shown on sheet C008, but we will look at that again.
Just let me open the folder while we are in the proposed plan.
No, in the as of right plan C008.
I found it.
Okay.
I found it. Could you incorporate that into the statement?
Yes.
Great.
We'll include discussion of that into the statement. And I kind of want to jump into a little regarding the comments made for the financials because Jessica Corris is here and she can respond to some of those. I think she has to go.
No, I'm here.
Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Jessica Corris here on behalf of the applicant from Course Consulting today. I was at the review session and want to just walk through what I heard and confirm my approach. So the first thing that I want to discuss is Commissioner Otley Brown would like us to satisfy the layout with the apartments and provide an analysis with a regularly configured floor plate and show the layout of that, and we'll incorporate that into our pro forma analysis. So there'll be plans and an estimate, and we'll proceed with a typical analysis as part of our review in response to the hearing. Moving on, thank you for your careful review on catching that typo on page 13. I will correct that in the resubmission. In terms of the site value, those two lots, two comps, number 2 and 3 on 61st Street and 61st Avenue have not been demolished. They are underutilized, and I heard your comments, and we'll do additional research and provide replacement comparables for that schedule. Let's see. In terms of the second floor, I agree this is with the use, this is accessory office. They're not independent. Just in terms of providing you with information and assigning it a rent, there was really inadequate comparable retail second floor rents available to provide you with a full analysis. I'm gonna go take a second look and provide additional research or find a way to address your comments and concerns there so that we're providing a full analysis on the second floor.
If you can't find it, you can just address that in your narrative and just say you're going to use office because of the difficulty in finding second floor retail, even though you just acknowledge that it is really accessory to the retail.
It is, and I remember describing it in the report as accessory. It's just a lack of, this is a unique facility, so it was challenging, and but I will, I want to provide you with sufficient information, so I'll take a second look. And then just moving on to the construction costs, I'm glad you found them reasonable. I agree they are low, and one of the main points of why they're low is the cellar on the plans is being proposed to be reused. I noticed that the existing cellar is to remain, and then there'll be some unexcavated portions. So it really it changed things. It's not it's specific to this analysis, and I wouldn't necessarily see those kinds of numbers moving forward with other types of fully excavated sites.
Good footnote.
Thank you.
Good disclaimer, yeah.
But I'm glad that, and of course I am conservative with Marshall and Swift, but this one is special with trying to reduce, reuse, and recycle that existing cellar.
Yeah, I was about to say you want to see the same numbers in the future.
Oh.
He shut it down. Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Any questions or clarifications that you need on the finance?
Oh, not on the finance.
I think Sandy wanted to say something else.
So we will be providing those as of right plans as per Commissioner Otley Brown's comments, showing a similarly sized lot with and what could be developed without this unique shape and do that comparison. We will also provide chain of title ownership records going back to 1961. We're obtaining those from the city clerk's office. We'll also provide tax maps and Sanborn maps dating back to 1961 in order to address the B and D finding, as well as the A finding, uniqueness. Because that's 61 is the threshold year. And so the Douglaston case was mentioned, but in this particular case, we don't just have a hardship from location along Northern Boulevard, which has historically been a place where a lot of automobile related businesses exist. We also have very unique shape and size, and all of those in combination impact the ability to develop this property. And it's been vacant for a very, very long time. A commercial business, they went out of business, and it's been sitting undeveloped for years, not even for residential, not even for another another eating and drinking establishment or commercial retail use. So we feel that this proposed use is very appropriate for with this particular business model, which will not create a lot of traffic and not a huge volume of cars coming to the site.
And I think just to add to Commissioner Otley, that's why she's asking for the typical configuration to establish that it is the uniqueness also of the size and the shape of the property that is adding to the added hardship. It's not just relying on the location.
Yes, we agree with that. And we'll provide that information. Then Commissioner Yoon made some comments which I'd like to respond to, and the roof area, there's a note on the plan about accessory use. That is only for maintenance. The elevator does not provide access to the roof. There may be a ladder there to provide access for maintenance, for cleaning, but there is no use of the roof. There are no cars or anything like that there. The only accessory use is accessory offices on the second floor. Nothing on the roof other than access for maintenance.
Okay, if you could just change the note on the roof plan.
The parapet wall height, I believe what we're showing is 42 inches or 3'6", which is in compliance. But we will double check that and make sure.
So I thought it's a 48 somewhere, but I could be wrong. Anyway, if you just, I see it on this section. That's where it shows up.
Okay, that might be a mistake. We'll correct it. We'll make sure. Yeah, it's 42 inches is what we're proposing. And then if Lisa, you want to add anything here?
No, I think you covered it.
I wanted to ask one question about the existing curb cuts that are being maintained. So Sandy, you mentioned that the curb cuts would only be used when you're changing the cars in the showroom, correct? Yes. So it's a 14-foot opening on either side of the drive-through, and the existing curb cuts are 20 feet on 58th and 30, sorry, I can't read it, 38 feet on 60th Street. So could we get those reduced to 14 feet to match the width of the openings in the drive-through?
We'll have to look at that.
I think that's a good recommendation. And I would add to that with regards to the landscaping that is being proposed, if I'm looking at the depth of the planters, it seems it's 2 feet. It's like 6 foot wide by 3 foot and 2 foot. So that's not going to be really wide enough for a robust kind of planting along the building wall. So I would suggest that you look at something that's a little bit deeper than that. That would allow for, and nowadays there are a lot of interesting plantings. It doesn't have to be flowers. There are a lot of these beautiful grass types and things that grow. I actually recently saw one in my neighborhood, and it's growing on a pots, and it's really doing well. But these are kind of like almost like wild kind of plants, yet they're well manicured. And I think they're easy to maintain. I'll actually take a photo and I'll put it into submit. So if somebody wants to execute that.
That would be great.
And I think it would really be a good improvement to that frontage because it's such a rough and harsh front of Northern Boulevard. I think greening will definitely go a long way. And any kind of greening that you can provide, even if that means providing some greens from the roof that's kind of cascading down or anything, would also be an enhancement. So look at all those facilities to kind of give it a little bit of a warm feeling. And since your business model is so different from the other auto dealerships, I think you can kind of explore with that possibility without taking away your 360 or 180 viewing gallery.
I just want to note, these planters are in the right of way and would be subject to DOT approval and have to be movable, I believe. So,
Good point.
so it's not like they're doing this inside their property line and they can do a much deeper, it would be all subject to DOT.
Right,
review.
that's a very good point. This would be all subject to DOT review. I mean, you do have that interestingly enough, when you look at the site, I've gone to that site many times and I remember that's the area, especially on 59th and Northern, the sidewalk widens out quite a bit. And I think it would really help you if you want to work with DOT and figure out a way to provide a greening that can be integrated into the into that frontage on the sidewalk, so that it really works in a very harmonious way.
Yeah, so our planter width is, the depth, I'm sorry, is 3 feet. But we'll look at the possibility of making it wider. Also, in terms of DOT approval, we're aware of that, both for the planters, which are not, they're not on the property line, they're in the sidewalk. We have notes on our plans which say that those planters are subject to DOT approval, as well as the proposed electric charging station. And the comments, Madam Chair, that you made, we will definitely look into that, working with DOT to provide more green and landscaping area. If I can share the rendering that we have that shows the landscaping, I'll show you what we're proposing now, but obviously we can keep working on this. Can I just share that?
Yeah.
So are you able to see that?
Yeah.
So this is looking on 58th Street, and we have the planters and then this drive-through area with the overhead door. We will look at the curb cut, the possibility of reducing them. Then, oops, this one is looking at 60th Street, and we have these planting areas along Northern and 60th. And we're also proposing one new street tree. Unfortunately, looking at the site and the survey and the utilities that exist there, right now, we're only able to fit one street tree. It would have been great to have more. But this is what we're
Okay.
proposing now, and this is also another view looking on Northern Boulevard with the proposed planters, and the electric charging station is on 58th Street.
Yeah, so I think again, here on 59th, I think you have the possibility of making a much wider planting area. Work with DOT to see if you can provide that. If you want to accommodate some seating and work with them, because this is really something that you're giving back to the community and makes it a very interesting showroom with opportunities. Just look at that possibility.
Yeah, seating would be great. Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Okay. And I agree with Commissioner Yoon's comment of reducing the width of the existing curb cuts to be more aligned with the width of the driveway entryway.
Okay. We'll look at that. Thank you.
Okay.
Joseph and Mike, would you like to add something here about the operation?
So, does everybody hear me? Good afternoon. So, I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to our about our new Lincoln Concept dealership. So, to answer a couple of questions that I wrote down from before was very little amount of test drives are going to be done. More of this concept, it's more like an Apple store where you go in and look at, features, colors on screens, pick out what you want. And then we're going to do a lot of stuff at the home and office as far as test drive and delivery. Another question was about service. There's no service or parts at all at this location. Our service department, one of them is in Jamaica, and then we have one also in Woodside. And that has the parts and service, and we have pickup and delivery, which is a new concept that Lincoln has, where you don't have to visit the service department at all to have your car serviced. You just tell us where you want the car to be picked up. Another question was about trade-ins. When we go out to pick up your car, actually deliver your car, we'll pick up your trade from there, and then we'll bring it straight to the storage lot. So the new car will not actually ever go towards 5802 Northern Boulevard. It'll be going straight from the storage facility to the service department, then to people's home and office. We have a site from Manheim that actually buys all the used cars. So there won't be any used cars being sold at that location. There's no room. There's only 3 cars that are going to be on the showroom floor. And Lincoln's, mostly into gas and hybrid but they're going towards electric, and they should be a majority electric by 2030. So we're very excited to be part of the neighborhood, and would love to talk to any of the residents or business owners or the community board on any questions they have. Our partner is John Starks, the former New York Knick, and he's very into community service and giving back to the community. And that's what our partnership is about, is the community. So any questions or concerns, I'd love to hear and answer. Thank you.
Thanks. I do have questions. So until 2013, it's going to be mix of both electric and non-electric.
Yes, correct. I mean, they haven't announced it. I know somebody from Ken Kowalski from Lincoln was on the call early. I know that he did have a meeting in the afternoon. He could have answered a little bit more, but what they've shared with us is there are electric vehicles out right now, but they're going towards it. But like I said, that's their plan.
Okay.
It's a bit confusing because I think the letter we got from the Queensborough president said the showroom will focus on zero emission and electric vehicles, but it doesn't sound like there are any EVs yet in the lineup.
Oh, we have PHEVs and hybrid. Yes, they're
Yeah.
on, yeah, right now. We have a Corsair and a couple of different models Lincoln has.
And how many times do you get new inventory to your site?
Oh, you know, we've talked to community board about this, and one of our things is that we're not gonna sell the cars that are on the showroom floor. They're gonna be duplicates, so we don't have to move cars off and on floor. It's not beneficial for us to bring cars down from Valley Stream to put onto the showroom. So we wouldn't be changing it. Usually at the end of the model year, we'll probably want to change the inventory that's on the floor, but we're going to keep the same cars on the floor for a majority of the time.
Okay, so these are mostly models. They're
Yeah,
lit-
but we'll have like one of each.
Like the
There's only four
the-
models Lincoln sells. We're going to have three of them at the showroom. That are Corsair, the Nautilus, and the Aviator.
Okay.
And then, you know, just we've had discussions, you know, at different levels from the last 4 years. You know, this is not a, 10,000 square foot, showroom with 10 cars, 15 cars on the showroom floor, where there's a lot of test drives, there's a lot of interaction with, there's a lot of stuff going on with having a parts department, service department. That's not the concept of this. This concept is right now in Scottsdale, Arizona, in a shopping mall. It's in California, in the Southern California. It's in Washington, DC, and it would be in New York with this concept. And it's small, and it's no service and parts, and it's all about basically the screen showing customers colors and models and stuff like that.
I just want to add that pursuant to the new ZEO Use Group 6 Automobile Dealer 4411, which is permitted in a C2 district, one of the conditions is that it cannot have, shall not include any service or preparation of vehicles for delivery. That is one of the conditions of, so I think what you're proposing is very much in line with that definition of automobile dealer 4411.
Yeah.
Could you provide just something that shows some of these existing locations, what they look like?
Yes, we actually, I going back to one of the boards that we were in front of, we had a what was it? Sandy, did we show it at one of the boards? I believe we showed Scottsdale, Arizona.
I don't believe so. I think that was under a previous rezoning application, city planning.
Yeah, I think Steve
that's not-
Corey and
But we can provide
yes, we'll provide it.
that information to the board, yes.
Yeah,
That
correct.
would be very helpful.
Yeah, in Scottsdale, there's like 2 cars on the floor, and there's just wide screens, and there's room showing different models and showing how the cars drive, the texture of the seats and everything else. And then at that point, you just pick what colors, and then we drive it to your home or your office.
All right. Thank you. Something interesting to learn. All right. Any other questions for the applicant team? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so they never test drive the vehicle at the site?
Yeah, very little, to be honest with you. I don't want it. I'd prefer not to be honest with you, because we're not gonna have any extra cars there to do it. So it's very easy to do it at the home and office, and then at that point, just come back with the delivery. I mean, we have runners going through Queens all the time from our service department in Jamaica to Woodside, you know, we already have it in place already. We have a Kia store, we have a Ford, Lincoln, and then we also have Mazda and Bauer Stream. So we have runners running around to people's homes and offices every day.
So just for anybody who is listening in, if I went to your shop today, if it was in existence, I would say, I like the color, exterior color of this, and I like the interior color of that, mix and match, can you make it? And meanwhile, I want to test drive it. They say, well, we will send a car to your house on such and such date of your choice. And I will, a car will arrive and I will get to test drive it. And wherever it came from, it won't come from your facility, it will come from another facility. And if I'm satisfied, I will go online, I'll fill out the form and submit the application. And then a car will arrive and you will make an appointment to bring it to my doorstep.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because if there's, you know, that's the only way it could happen, because you can't, you know, with the facility that's there doesn't allow for extra cars. So if a customer wants to drive a Corsair PHEV, and, you know, we'll just schedule it, hey, you live in Queens, we'll be at your house, you know, take their driver's license and their information and send a product specialist to their house or their office to make it convenient.
But it was originally brought up as, you know, the Tesla model. That's because they started in malls. You know, they would show 2 and 3 cars in literally on the 3rd floor in a mall. So, you know, it can be done. People are getting used to doing business like this. And quite frankly, we have multiple stores. Test drive isn't really a very common thing anymore. It's not what it used to be. You know, people don't shop at dealers. The whole model's changed. People just go online. The software is out there with the motor company that allows you to do everything. So it's a seamless thing. It's, you know, times have changed.
Will your proposed site offer walk-up test drives or walk-in test drives at the site?
I think he's.
No, we have no
We
cars
don't have the
there.
cars there.
He said,
Right, but he also gave the reasons which were reasonable in that they don't store anything on site.
Yeah, there's no storage.
Is a
And we're
car-
not gonna take a car off the floor to test drive.
One second, 1% at a time, because it makes it very difficult for the for transcribing purposes. Mr. Vine, then Mr. Michael, not.
Sorry, we can't hear
We
you.
can't hear you.
We still can't hear you. It's cutting in and out.
Press the thing properly.
On the stated operation today, it sounds like a customer could come to the proposed site and request a test drive at the site, and a car would be brought from the Woodside or the other location to the proposed site for a test drive at that moment. Is that the proposed operation?
No, it would come.
No, because it would take way too long. I don't think anybody would have the patience to stay in a site for an hour and a half to see the car. It would be more a better fit for all of us to do it at their home and office.
Okay.
Because then I have a car down there. If they don't like that car, then that car's stuck there. Then I got to figure out how to get that car back. It's easier just to do it at their home and office.
So I think all these questions that are being asked should really be nicely laid out in your narrative of your business operation.
Sure.
So please provide that detail. This is very helpful, very informative. Thank you. As people know on the board, I'm the least savvy person with regards to cars, so this is new to me. Okay, any other questions for the team? All right, let's go to the public then.
Oh, Chief Inspector Daly is.
Oh, okay, before we go to the public, yes, Chief Daly?
Well, we could start the time. And
No, because then we can't put the screen up. Yeah, Chief Daly, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Sandy and for the
the owners. The vehicles that will be stored in the showroom, how charged will the vehicles be? Will they be at a 5% or a 10%? As you may be aware, that gas vehicles, we only permit 5 gallons of gasoline in the gas vehicle. So I'm just curious how much of a charge the showroom cars would have.
Well, I mean, we'll follow all applicable laws. If it's required to keep it at 5 or 10%, we don't have a full electric vehicle as of yet. So, but whatever we have to abide by, of course we will.
I'm sorry, you broke up there. So.
No, we do not have a full electric vehicle as of yet, so we don't. But when we do, we will absolutely follow the applicable laws.
Okay, all right. I mean, this is a question I'm going to be posing to our hazmat unit. Are you proposing any fire suppression system in the building?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
I think Sandy will be able to answer that one.
Yeah.
Sandy's, Ms. Ignacius?
Yes,
Would you be providing fire suppression system in the building?
yes, we are.
Oh, what kind of system?
Well, we can provide plans if you need to review that.
Could you repeat that, Sandy? I'm sorry.
We can provide the plans to you if you want to review them. I don't have the plans right now to refer to, but we can provide those to you.
Oh, I would appreciate that. Yeah, something like this, we would like to have a what we call a water mist system, because when batteries do go into a thermal runaway, the gases that they do exhibit, they're flammable. And if you've seen videos of batteries going away, all that smoke is flammable, and a water mist system would be ideal. But again, there is no set rules.
Chief Daly, I hate to stop you on this one.
Yes.
I just want to consider
Yeah.
this. This is a very early stage of this project. We are not
Yes.
even sure where the process will be, what it will end up being. I think all your questions are very valid. And should this be approved, we can put the requirement that it be approved by a fire department, and fire department, as you would review any, let's say, if this was in an as of right site where this use would be permitted, it would
Right.
have to follow that same process. It would be helpful if you can lay out what that process is so that we can incorporate that into our conditions for the applicant to follow,
Right.
when they do go to buildings department to get a permit to construct this.
Okay, no problem, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to the public. Okay, any other questions or comments?
No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2024-19 BZ, 5802 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-859-1863 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. In all scenarios, once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak. No hands up yet.
All right, I don't see any hands up. This is the opportunity for those who want to speak in favor or in opposition of this application to raise your hand. And we will recognize you. If there's anybody from the Community Borough President's Office, Thomas Ryan. I don't have the ability to. And anybody from the either city council's office or from borough president's office or any other elected office want to speak, please do recognize. We will invite you before. Okay.
Is that person coming in?
Is anybody letting in, because I don't have access to, okay. Mr. Ryan, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sure. My name is Thomas Ryan. I live at 3347 60th Street, right down the block from the application lot. I've been here for 35 years. Both my residence and business are here. I'm also involved with the local community group, called the Northern Woodside Coalition. I don't know if you have seen the property, but it's a disaster. It's full of graffiti. It's a dump site. The facade is falling apart. It's just an eyesore, and there's no lights. Then we're having problems with vandalization of cars who are parked by the property. Having this property developed would be fantastic for our block and our community. A few things that were mentioned and people who are opposed to it. One was the speed. That has nothing to do with the application. 60th Street is a one-way going northbound. Unfortunately, it bisects the triangle Broadway, Northern Boulevard, and the B2A, and people use it as a shortcut. We have asked the community board to put a speed bump in there to slow that down. We also like the fact that this is a luxury car brand. This is something with a big dollar investment, and it's not going to be a shabby installation. It's going to be well kept. And the character and the design and all the things that I've seen fit in with the community. I see nothing that puts it out. To the west of the property is a Honda dealership. To the east is a Taco Bell. They're great neighbors. They have participated. We see the same here. We'd like to encourage this development, and because these properties been abandoned, there used to be a restaurant El Felice, and it's been sitting vacant, and it's just a matter of time before more things happen. So we want this to move forward, and we hope that you will approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Any other speakers for 2024-19 BZ 5802 Northern Boulevard, Queens?
Person with the phone number 7206, if you are here for the case, which is case number 2024-19 BZ 58-02 Northern Boulevard, Queens, please raise your hand. You can speak if you're here for the public testimony for this, or any one of you who are there, other than Mr. Ryan. He had already had the chance to speak.
Time ran out.
Okay.
We're done.
All right. Anybody who wishes to make their testimony be heard, please do send, we do review every testimony that is submitted. You can submit at bsa.nyc.gov. How much time do you need?
I would say 6 weeks, because my office needs 2 weeks to prepare plans and address other issues. And then our financial consultant, Ms. Corris, needs about 3 to 4 weeks. So maybe a mid-September submission.
Okay, for an October
Hearing, and this would line up well with the community board since we're going back in September and October for the public hearing.
Okay,
Great.
so October 21st, 22nd hearing, your submission date would be October 3rd. If you need more time than that, so that would run into a November hearing, 6 and 7, which is the middle of the week instead of a Monday, Tuesday. The submission date would be October 17th. Does that work for you?
No, I think we can do the earlier date, or even a September, if you have late September submission for.
I think a late September submission, the deadline is September 12th. So I think in light of all the discussions. I would prefer you do a very thorough review and respond to the community board's comments.
Yes.
And then the submission date for October 21st, 22nd is October 3rd hearing. Sorry, October 3rd. Submission due date is October 3rd for October 21st, 22nd. I
Yes.
think that would be best.
That's perfect. Thank you.
And I would request that any changes, any submissions that you make, please do again notify the community board and the borough president office so that they're aware.
Yes. Yes, we have been, and we'll include them in future submissions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, item number 26, 2288 BZ, 318 Seguin Avenue, Staten Island.
I think it would
Ms.
be
Velez.
Jacqueline Velez.
Good afternoon, Ms. Velez. Do you have anyone else with you?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, let me raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? And to
Yes, I
respond?
do.
1 second, I'm not finished there. Do you
Sorry.
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board? Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Velez from J&B Associates, and we are the applicant on this application. I represent the owner and the architect. So I like to thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners for all your comments. I do understand the extensive delays in responding to this application, which is for many reasons, and I do apologize for those delays. I would like to continue this application to be reviewed under the pre-ZEO sections of the zoning, if the board accepts that. And I have taken notes of all your comments, and I will make sure that the application and the drawings are revised, coordinated to show all your comments. And I will make sure that we respond in a timely manner to all the comments that you have. I would like to know if I can just add a few comments to your comments.
I think we've also one critical oversight on this is that we cannot waive any of the underlying requirements with regards to parking and screening. So you have to comply with that.
Yes.
And after that, and if that requires, and I strongly believe you will not be able to, based on what you're proposing, you do not meet the requirements. And for you to meet the requirements, you would have to reduce the number of parking spaces you're proposing. And if to do that, that would mean a significant reduction to the proposed floor area. And I would say anything that you submit otherwise, which is what you have submitted with a more embellished document, is not going to be acceptable by this board, because we do not see the connection between the findings that you would have to make with all the requirements. So the project will have to shape down significantly.
Yes, I understand. And just to comment on some of your comments is that I understand that the cellar doesn't count as floor area, but it does count as a gross area for purposes of calculating parking requirements. Therefore, I do understand that our project has to be absolutely scaled down in order to comply with parking, which really becomes the most challenging part right now for us, but we'll have to make it work. In terms of the certificate of occupancy that was submitted was for 318. And 320 does not have a certificate of occupancy per the Department of Buildings records. And And of course, the parking is like we spoke already, landscape and compliance with landscape and all of the other comments. I understand that we have a lot of work to do to
Yeah.
make this work.
I am going to suggest that our project manager provide a sample. I think you're new to this board. I don't think I've seen.
Yeah.
Should you want to proceed with this application, we will give you a sample, which actually was one of the best examples we have seen. This was, I think, a Phil Rampula case. It was at a corner site, and they provided robust amount of landscaping, and they went and provided more than what was required because the board asked for it as part of meeting the finding of the special permit. So it even went as far as to provide lot more coverage of landscaping along the front, so that the vehicles will not be visible from the front. And there were a lot of other requirements. The building scaling had to be reduced. There was another example on Highland also we had. So we'll send you those examples and look through those and see the extent of the review and the requirements the board looks for, should you want to proceed with this, because I'm telling you, the project has to be scaled down significantly. At most, you might be able to get 1.5 floor, not more than that, based on the parking requirement.
Well, I truly appreciate any samples that you can share. I am new to the board, yes. So I truly appreciate that.
Okay. Ms. Prenger, I will talk to you later on, and I think we can discuss which cases I'm referring to. Yeah, I think you need a lot of time, but you also need to be mindful of the requirements that the board looks for, and it's okay.
Absolutely, will do.
Any questions or comments? Right. Let's go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is 2022-88BZ 318 Seguin Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. You will enter the webinar ID number 161-859-1863 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. Okay, it is running. Unmute if you're calling in on the phone. If you're in the Zoom already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Computer screen. And once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. The person with the last number 7206, are you calling in about this case? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, here it's slow. Yeah, it's weird.
Person with phone number ending 7206, were you waiting for this case? If so, this is your opportunity to speak up.
They're calling in.
No,
You out of them in case they wanted, yeah. It's almost. Well,
I think so.
yes, *6 to unmute.
There's an individual in the waiting room for this application with a phone number ending in 7206. If you wish to testify or speak, please press *6 on your phone.
Nobody did? Okay. Okay, so commissioners, are you okay with giving Ms. Bellis one more chance to make a submission? Okay, I'm going to give you a warning. We are going to give you the samples, look through it. If you think you are not going to make the application, don't even try, because it's going to be waste of everybody's time. If you think you have a case to make, proceed. But if we, however, at the end of the day, we think this application is inadequate and has not responded to the submission, we are going to make a decision that day to close and not approve it.
Understood.
So I'm giving you that warning. It's a chance you're taking. And I think this is a very problematic site with a very little room to do anything. So keep that in mind and talk to your client, and go accordingly. Yes, please go ahead.
Good day. There is a risk associated with continuing this proceeding and trying to correct it, but not meeting the bar. And that is, if this case does get dismissed, it would be getting dismissed with prejudice.
No.
No,
You don't get prejudice under the.
no, not anymore.
Not anymore.
No.
No. Or just 70-21, is that get it?
It would be inability to meet the findings.
Interesting.
Oh, it would be dismissed?
It would be dismissed.
Dismissed, right, denied.
So when does prejudice kick in?
That's a different.
We have it in our.
Okay, that's,
Never mind then.
okay. But I think what we are hearing from the board, it's a it's a risk you're taking. I'm going to give you 4 months to make the submission. So 4 months from now will take us to September, November, almost end of the year. So we have a hearing scheduled in December 9th and 10th, and the submission date for that is November 21st. If you cannot make that hearing, which I will find difficult to state, I think you're basically sending a very wrong message to the board. So if you can, talk to the project manager, they'll reach out to you. And if you think you need more time, you need till January to make a submission, let them know. But you have to attend the next hearing and make all your submissions by the due date and a complete set of documents.
Noted.
Okay.
Thank you. I thank you in all for the opportunity to present our case.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, this concludes, no other questions, no other statements. This concludes the public hearing for July 30th, 2024. Thank you, one and all. Good day.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.